super sanctimonious. Like, they're always looking to pat themselves on the back, wag their fingers in everyone's face, but they're not actually doing anything other than making a lot of noise, whereas you're actually doing the work out there. And when you think about cities like LA, you got a lot of limousine liberals where they'll just drive by and they see the trash, the homelessness, and they've got more power than anybody to do something about it. And yet they complain, blame Orange Man bad, run their mouths, and they don't even understand that it's the policies that they support from their gated communities out in the suburbs that have people in these situations. When you think about a place like LA, California, the highest taxes in the entire country, highest income tax, highest property tax, gas tax, all those things. It's like, where's that money going? Because as the taxes are going up, the poverty and homelessness was going up too. So it's like there's no correlation to that other than there's some corruption. So what are your thoughts on how we can turn the corner as a country and bring more awareness to the policies that ultimately lead to homelessness? I know that people find themselves homeless for various reasons, but just the things that contribute to financial hardship that could lead to homelessness, at least temporarily, how can we raise more awareness around that?
Well, first I want to speak out on behalf of the homeless community, because there's a stigma right now that the homeless don't work or don't want to work or are lazy, and I'm here to tell you that that is wrong. I've met with the homeless community in San Francisco and Los Angeles and all across the country, and these are smart, very driven people who just have fallen on hard times. Like in Los Angeles, I met a gentleman by the name of Bear, who literally looked like a bear. He was taller than me, built, and during the day, he worked on LA TV production sets, like working for the movie theaters, and he was homeless by night. And it just shows you that living in Los Angeles is unaffordable for so many people, and they're working, but they're homeless. And in San Francisco, we were doing a cleanup, and I met a young gentleman who was sleeping on the streets, but he was working to actually pick up trash as a job. So again, I want to remove that stigma of the homeless community, because these are hardworking people, and we need to do a better job of uplifting them, not judging or pointing the finger at them. And that's why I think these community cleanups are so important, because we've seen that private citizens can come together and pick up 50 tons of trash in 4 hours with 200 volunteers. Meanwhile, you just brought up our taxes are going up, but where is this money going? If a private citizen with no money can do the job of the government for them, then we need accountability. We need transparency. And one thing that I think the American people should demand is a balanced budget. If state governments have to balance their budget, then I think that we should propose a constitutional amendment that the federal government should have to balance its budget. And I think if we did that, we would transform our country and see more accountability and transparency within how our money is allocated and spent.
Amen to that. I totally agree. We need way more accountability and oversight, especially at the federal level, where there's tons of bureaucracies, tons of unelected bureaucrats just doing whatever with our taxpayer money. And I'm hoping that projecting into the future that we can see something like that. Now, for those of you that just tuned in, we want to thank you guys for joining us today on Right Side Broadcasting. We are on the scene here in Erie, Pennsylvania, where President Trump is scheduled to deliver remarks at 7 p.m. Eastern. I want to thank everybody that's tuned in. We got a crowd forming out here. There's a huge line outside. I think we should be, or we maybe already have, uploaded a video of that on Twitter. So if you want, check that out. People are filling in. We expect a massive crowd here in northwestern Pennsylvania. This is a key battleground state, Scott, like huge. President Trump must win this state, along with my state of Florida. We talked a little bit about it on the bus. So can you tell us a little bit more about the political landscape here in Pennsylvania, and specifically Western Pennsylvania, and how that will play out in the election?
Oh, I got a lot to say. Okay, so I've been here for 14 days because I made a promise. I said I was taking off October and I'm dedicating it to Pennsylvania because we win Pennsylvania for Donald Trump and he's reelected president simply by the math, simply by Florida, North Carolina, Arizona. We win those in PA, it's done. We could still, and I don't want to project this, but we could lose Minnesota and Virginia, Wisconsin, and Michigan and still win the Electoral College, which is the prize. 270 is the prize. Now, I started actually in southeastern Pennsylvania. So my first stop was in Doylestown. Now, Doylestown is located in Bucks County. Bucks has been historically blue, and you're going to see 160,000 votes for the Democrats come out of that county. A lot of votes. You got Chester, Philly, Bucks, all right in that kind of southeastern Pennsylvania area. Now, I'm a numbers guy. I'm a data guy. And I've been watching the voter registration numbers. Bucks County, it's been incredible. They've been registering new Republican voters by the thousands in Bucks. So that kind of tells me I think that Bucks County could flip Republican this November. And with Erie County, with Bucks County, with what they call the T, because what you have is you have Philly and you got Pittsburgh, and then you basically got Alabama and Kentucky in that T right there. And those are the voters, those rural voters that are going to help stop the bleeding in Philly and in Allegheny County. Now, after going to Doylestown, I went to Philly, registered voters, knocked on doors. I went to Allentown, State College, Scranton, Bradford, a town of 8,000 people. And yes, you do matter, Bradford. And we're going to turn out all 8,000 of you in your wonderful city with only one Tim Hortons. I love it. And then I went to Erie, Slippery Rock, Pittsburgh. Now I'm back up here. Now Erie, this is a very important county because just like Bucks County was historically blue, Erie only voted narrowly for Donald Trump in 2016, and that was big for it to vote Republican. So that's why Donald Trump is coming back here, because he knows we win Erie big, he wins Pennsylvania, he's reelected president. So all eyes are going to be on Northwest PA.
Yes, indeed. Let me take this time to jump in the chat because I know that people are fired up there. If they are just being introduced,
baby.
They're gonna love you. I already know they love you. Let's jump in the chat and see what we got here. We do have super chats. We got Blue Girl Deb. She says this is for coffee for Mike and Scott. Cheers. Keep it.
Oh, that's so
keep
nice.
it humble, boys. Love RSBN. Now, guys, we are almost entirely viewer supported, viewer funded. So your donations allow us to follow President Trump all around the country as we have 14 days until the election. 14 days, 2 weeks. And President Trump is going to be on a campaign rally blitz. We do have a rally in Gastonia, North Carolina tomorrow, followed by what we think is still going to happen, a debate on Thursday. I feel like it's too good to be true that they're actually going to let Sleepy Joe debate in person. But after that, we don't know where the next rally is going to be, but it's going to be fast and furious going up to the election. So your donations help us get there. And I'm going to tell you the three main ways to support us. Number one is right here on YouTube via Super Chat. In the bottom right corner of the chat, there's a little $sign. You can donate there. But please keep in mind that YouTube does take 30% of that. The second way is if you go to our website, rsbnetwork.com/donate. Again, rsbnetwork.com/donate. The third and final way, if you don't want to donate via the website or, digitally, you can mail a check to our physical address, 1550 Opelika Road, Suite 6, Box 344, Auburn, Alabama, 36830. There, Joe, I got it memorized. I finally got it memorized. Again, that's 1550 Opelika Road, Suite 6, Box 344, Auburn, Alabama, 36830. And we've got 18,000 people watching right now.
Wow.
It's going to go, we're going to smash the record tonight. When we were
We're smashing that record.
We're smashing the record. When we were in Reno, Nevada, or Carson City, same thing pretty much, we eclipsed like 130,000. and that was a record for us. I think we were at 133. I think we can smash it tonight.
Tell me what that was like in Carson City, because Nevada has been historically blue. I mean, it gave us Senator Harry Reid. The Democrats picked up a seat in 2018, flipping that Senate seat from red to blue. Tell me, what was the energy like? Have you ever seen crowds like that in Nevada? And what are your thoughts?
Well, that was my first time actually in Nevada for a presidential campaign. I've only been to Reno area once when I was a kid, so I vaguely remember it. But the crowd was just, they were ecstatic, more so than other places. Like Pennsylvania, yes, they're ecstatic for the president, but the president comes here often, so people oftentimes have multiple opportunities to see him. Sure. And with the proximity to Ohio and Michigan, chances are you could drive 3 to 4 hours for a Trump rally. But out west, where the demand to see him there's no supply for it because he doesn't go out there as much. We had people coming over from California. I had people who said that they drove out from San Diego, people who drove out from San Francisco, people who camped out, people drove out from Bakersfield. So with it being so close to the border of California, it was encouraging to see so many patriots out there, because you think of California as the deep blue state. Nevada, I think, is purple. It's a solid purple state. Like, Democrats can't neglect it, but neither can Republicans. They should try, each party should campaign for it, which, on a side note, every state should be that way. I feel like every state should be up for grabs each election. Don't concede any state, because that's what Hillary did in 2016. She didn't step foot in Wisconsin. So Nevada, I feel like, because the rallies are few and far between, they made the most of it. I mean, we had the crowd just wilding out. They were so excited. They were chanting for us. We really got the crowd. They actually had to tell us, like, hey guys, tone it down a little bit, because we were controlling the crowd. I was over there like hype man at a concert, like getting everybody to chant. They were like RSBN. They recognized us. It was one of a kind as far as experiences. And the weather, you could not beat it. Picture perfect. 80 degrees, sunny, the beautiful backdrop of the mountains. I think the Cascade Mountains up there. It was wonderful. But let me really quickly get back to the chat here, because I see we now have 20,000 people watching, and I'm going to read off some of these super chats. If you want to pull up the chat here, you'll probably see that people have a lot to say. They always want to shout out here. So let's start with Jeanette. Thank you for your super chat. Crystal Queen says, hi, Scott. Let's go, PA. Keep up the fight, from Crystal Lynn in Ohio.
Thank you.
Linda Barnett with a super chat. Thank you. And this name I cannot pronounce, but thank you for your super chat. It says, thanks for doing what most of us don't take the time to do. And we've got another one from Richard. Richard said, I am a Republican, but let's face it, Trump is going to lose this election. Oh, this is interesting. Let's face it, Trump is going to lose this election. The mail-in ballots are all going to be rigged. Republicans are getting too cocky. We got to be prepared. I'm going to let you respond to this one personally. What do you have to say for Richard out there?
Something to say, but Richard, I'm actually going to do it more kindly, because I've got some great news for you. Now, I've been following, I do a lot of reading. I'm constantly even watching The View. I mean, I will even subject myself to listening to Joy Behar and Sunny, you know, because I want to be a sponge of information, even from people I don't agree with. Sure. Now, I hear that Republicans are actually outpacing Democrats and mail-in votes in Michigan and Wisconsin. Now, guys, if we win Pennsylvania, when we win Pennsylvania, we don't even need Michigan or Wisconsin. The fact that Republicans are outpacing the Democrats in mail-in votes is a very good sign, because we know that conservatives, they're going to vote on Election Day in person. We already know there's going to be a tsunami of voters, which means that if Democrats even want to be competitive and have a chance to win, they have to have a blowout and mail in and early votes. And we're just not seeing that right now. Now, with that being said, so Richard, I want to make that very clear. Republicans are doing really well in mail-in voting, even in Florida. And on the first day of in-person voting in Florida, Republicans outvoted Democrats. So there are some telltale signs that say that we're doing well, but I don't want anybody at home to think this is going to be a landslide election. I'm here to tell you, this is going to be close. It is going to be razor thin, coming down to every last vote. So don't think for a second that Trump has this in the bag. Don't think for a second that Joe Biden can't win. This is anybody's election. No voters are undecided at this point. It's going to come to a base turnout election. Whoever has the most enthusiasm, whoever has the most excitement, whoever can turn out the base is going to win this election. So if you're at home in Arkansas or Louisiana or Wyoming or Idaho or North Dakota and you're saying, we got this. I'm in a red state. I live in a state that's going to vote Republican. No, get that out of your head. I want you to vote like your life and your freedoms depend on it, because they do in this election. This isn't just Joe Biden versus Donald Trump. This is a complete government takeover of all of our freedoms versus independence with Donald Trump. So just remember, it's going to be close. It's going to be close. So vote. Vote like you've never voted before, because I don't want to just win the Electoral College. I want that popular vote too. So that way they can't keep saying, like they do since the 2016 election, that Hillary won 3 million more votes. I want this to be a mandate election, keeping the Senate, flipping the House from blue to red, and keeping President Donald Trump in that beloved White House.
Yes, indeed. Well stated. And I'm going to piggyback on that, because I can't overstate the importance of voting early.
Yes.
I know that a lot of people, for traditional reasons, wait until election day to go out and vote, but the conspiratorial side of me says that that might be a mistake. The more people who vote early, the better. Get that momentum going now.
Yes.
Then it makes it easier for those on election day with having to take off work or whatever. You just never know what's going to happen. You never know what tricks they may have up their sleeve. They may try to curtail that same day vote, like that election day vote. I just don't trust them with everything else they've thrown at us this year.
Yes.
Everything they've done to this president, to this country. Why wouldn't they try to stop it? Why wouldn't something just magically happen on election day? Like, oops, this polling place had to close because of a threat of some sort. You know what I mean? Especially in places like Pennsylvania, where it could be anybody's guess who wins it. Honestly, it's up in the air. We don't know. So we cannot get cocky. We cannot get complacent. We have to get the vote out. I'm going to be voting early just because I'll probably be on the road. So there's no telling that I'll be. Yeah, I'm going to go vote early. I understand some people are voting by mail. I mean, I'm not a fan of that, but I understand for reasons some people have to vote by mail.
Military.
But yeah, military.
For whatever reason. So yeah, lock in your vote, and you can track it in certain states. But I think the majority of conservatives are going to be voting in person either early on election day. Now, my mom, dad, and we already voted early in person in Virginia. So if you're in Virginia, you have in-person early voting locations that you can go to. Wisconsin just started early voting. Florida. So there are so many opportunities for you to lock in your vote right now.
Yes, indeed. Yes, vote in person. I'm going to vote in person. I'm excited to vote in person. But yes, guys, vote early. Get out there right now. Don't wait until election day. There's no point. There's literally no point. If you can vote early and you're planning to wait until election day, just do it now. Get those votes out now, because I tell you, I think we can actually turn this whole country red. I would love to see all 50 states, though I know it's going to be hard. But I think we might see a surprise state flip from blue to red, just like we did in 2016. I mean, of course, the media is gaslighting. They'll find any Republican they can, whether it's a neoconservative, John Kasich or whatever. They'll find some neocons or some random people who flipped from President Trump and now they're going to vote for Joe Biden. And they say, look, see, that's their straw man. Like, look, people are leaving. Reality, come on. President Trump has more support now than he did in 2016. Absolutely. I would say it's almost double what he had in 2016. I mean, since 2016, you've had the Blexit movement. You've had Latinos leave the Democrat Party. You've had the walk away movement, like a literal march in Washington, D.C. of thousands and thousands of people. And when I was in Nevada, you talked about Nevada, so many people came up to me and said, I voted for Democrats my whole life, but now because of President Trump, because of how insane the left is, it's two things. It's President Trump's policies, and it's the insanity of the left. They are off the rails. Those two reasons alone, people are deciding to vote for President Trump. And then every single every rally I go to, immigrants come up to me and they're like,
yes,
I fled communism in Cuba, Venezuela, Vietnam, all these places that have tried communism and it failed miserably. They're like, I'm voting for Donald Trump because I cannot understand for the life of me why somebody here living in the most free and prosperous nation on planet Earth would want a totalitarian government that tells us what to do, how to live, where we can go. And you're starting to see they're freaking out, which is why they've cracked down on the internet, their censorship.
Yes.
The media has turned into a full-on PR team for Joe Biden. It is insane.
Oh, well, I have 3 very important things to say about that. And I'll go ahead and hold the mic so that way your arm doesn't get tired. Well, number one, I've been to 22 states in the last 2 years. I've done hundreds of voter registration trainings, events, get out the vote events. And I'm predicting probably one of the historically low turnouts for the Libertarian Party in 2020. And I think that libertarians that voted for Gary Johnson in 2016, I think they are coming home to the Republican Party because they've seen that President Trump is actually very libertarian. He is getting us out of wars. He is ending endless wars. He's bringing our troops home. So if you're at home and you're a libertarian and you voted for Gary Johnson and you liked Senator Rand Paul and you're a fan of Ron Paul, congressman in Texas's 14th district in Texas, where actually I lived in Galveston County in League City, then it's time to support President Donald Trump. If you're a fan of rebuilding our infrastructure, not China, not Iraq, Iran, Afghanistan, the whole rest of the world, then it's time to support a libertarian president like President Donald Trump. And also, we were talking about other voters that are coming home, immigrants. I found so many voters that have been citizens, that have been residents, that have been working here legally, and they finally got their naturalization. They finally took the oath and swore in to our country, and they said that they finally became a citizen of the United States for the sole purpose of voting for President Donald Trump. So just like you mentioned, all of those immigrants, the immigrant community actually is more patriotic, I believe, than some Americans that have been born here in our country, because they know what it's like to live in a country that has limited freedoms. They know what it's like to live in a country where you can't speak out politically. They know what it's like to flee socialism. And so many of them, where they fled socialism, are now seeing it on our shores here in America, and it's scaring them into the voting booth for President Donald Trump and the Republican Party. So actually, I want to give a shout out to you, AOC. I want to give a shout out to you, the squad, because you have actually helped me register thousands of new Republican voters for our president.
Yes, indeed. You know, I usually don't call out trolls in the chat, but I just so happen to come across one. His name is Tom Gonzalez. He said, "Dude, cut your hair." We don't have time for your bigotry here, okay? No, it doesn't matter what you think about his hair. He's over here speaking truth to power.
Hi, Tom.
Yeah, right. Hi, Tom.
Well, number one, I mean, look, the women love my hair. I think it's gorgeous. And you know what? We live in a country where we don't care what your color, your creed, your sexuality. I don't care if you are tatted from head to toe and you have more piercings than I have fingers and toes. I want everyone to know at home that you have a place within this Republican Party, because while Tom may be judging me for my appearance, this is a no judgment movement, and this is a movement based on love. And just know that in this Republican Party, you are accepted, you are welcomed, and I will happily register you to vote at your current address.
Yes, yes. Get that Joe Biden sign out of your front yard, Tom. We know that it's there. We know that you're a Joe Biden voter. We just know it because everybody else is all about love and unity. We're trying to unify as a country. We don't need the bigotry. We don't need the hostility. So give it a rest. God bless you. Jesus loves you. I just want you to know that, Tom.
When you're ready, we will open you. We will have open arms and open hearts for you to join us.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Wow, I'm looking at the stream here. You're like a foot taller than me on this stream. This is hilarious. It's funny. I look extra small on this one. Okay, here we go. Helix says Filipinos for Trump. I love that people will say like where they're from or their ethnicity just because we're not about identity politics. But the reason why people will say Filipinos for Trump, Vietnamese for Trump, Jewish for Trump, whatever, is because we're bucking the Democrat narrative that they have this big coalition of all these minority groups and it's all about inclusivity over there. In reality, they're divided amongst themselves. They're actually advocating for segregation. P. Diddy, this is a perfect segue into P. Diddy starting his own political party called Our Black Party. It is basically a black Democrat party. There's no intellectual diversity whatsoever. If you look at the website, the people on the board of directors, like people that he's put in positions of power, they're all registered Democrats. They've held positions. They've been in political office as Democrats. So what is different about what P. Diddy wants to do versus what Joe Biden and the establishment Democrat Party want to do? It's basically Democrat Party in blackface. And not only that, they have all these other intersectional groups. That's all that they seem to care about is the immutable characteristics. Your identity is all that matters. Over here, your identity is the least important thing about you. It's a bonus. We see it as a bonus. Like, oh, cool, Filipinos for Trump. Cool, Asians for Trump. You know, Nigerians for Trump. That's all cool. It's interesting. It's just not important at the end of the day. We're united as American citizens first. That's all that matters. We're all equal in the eyes of the Lord. We're all one in the body of Christ. And for you, Tom Gonzalez, I hope that you can come to that realization one day. It doesn't matter how long your hair is. It doesn't matter how tall or short you are. Jesus still loves you. Now we got some other super chats. Yeah, don't be a hairaphobe, man. It starts on the inside. Love starts on the inside. If you love yourself, everything else will follow. Grace says, now we got some love. We're going to get some love out here because people are giving super chats. Grace says, Scott, you are gorgeous. Love your beautiful eyes. We've also got a new member, Peter. Thank you for becoming a new member. And we've got David Lee says, Trump loves USA.
True.
We've got Jason. Jason says, Trump 2020, let's effing go. Okay. That's great. Monica, thank you for your super chat. Gray Wolf, got you for your super chat. JP says, I voted today for President Trump today in Indiana in time to get reelected in 2020. Man, I'm just so fired up. We got 14 days to go. 14 days to go. And let's talk a little bit about the corruption. The elephant in the room is Hunter Biden's laptop. And I was talking to my mom this morning about this. I call her because I want to keep my family informed on politics. I said, did you know about Hunter Biden's laptop? Before she even answered me, I already knew that she was going to say no, because the media would never tell the voters anything that would damage their agenda, anything that would damage their puppet candidate, because that's what Joe Biden is, an actual puppet. So I said, hey, here's what's going on. They've got this laptop. There's this information on there that hurts Joe Biden, and it makes sense why the media is not covering it. They're protecting him. They're even changing the debate that's scheduled for Thursday to not talk about foreign policy because it helps Joe Biden. If they shift the narrative and then try to make it about Orange Man Bad, they're going to try to make it a referendum on President Trump. They'll probably shift it back to the pandemic or something. President Trump said, people are tired of hearing about the pandemic, and the media is all up in arms. They set their hair on fire because he said, let's stop talking about the pandemic. I mean, what did he get wrong there? Are people really not tired of talking about the pandemic? And what do you think just about why they are protecting Joe Biden and getting away with it? Not just that they're doing it, the fact that they're getting away with it.
I mean, they've been letting Joe Biden get away with corruption for 47 years. What's new? You know, the media, except for Right Side Broadcasting and OAN, I do have to give a shout out to them, has been a mouthpiece for the Democratic National Convention. I mean, the media isn't talking about Hunter Biden, the hard questions, that Joe Biden voted for the Iraq war, that Joe Biden voted for NAFTA, the North America Free Trade Agreement, which actually took Pennsylvania jobs and sent them to other countries. The media isn't asking any of these hard questions. So, if the commission is not going to talk about foreign policy, then I think that President Trump should use that unadulterated 2 minutes to talk about nothing than Joe Biden's corruption and how he couldn't possibly lead with the connections that his family has to Russia, to China, and to filling their pockets with millions of dollars, which behooves the Biden family to always choose foreign countries over us, over we the American people. And so President Trump, if you are listening to Right Side Broadcasting, which I hope you are, then use that opportunity. Talk about the Iraq war. Talk about NAFTA, talk about Joe Biden's corruption and how you have done more in 47 months than Joe Biden could ever dare to dream to do in 47 years.
Yeah, and also President Trump asked the all-important question, where's Hunter? Where is Hunter? Where's Hunter? Where's that laptop? I think just with what I'm hearing is on that laptop, man, I got to tell you, that is so disturbing that every American citizen deserves to know what's going on. Of course, he won't even tell us what he plans to do with the Supreme Court packet. We know that. But he won't take any questions right now regarding his son. He's actually gone back into hiding. He's not really out on the campaign trail. He put a lid. He called a lid. Of course, he's trying to dodge, and this just tells me they're trying to drag this man across the finish line, which is why we need to be shouting from a mountaintop about the corruption. President Trump, everybody, Don Jr., everybody. We need to be talking about it. We need to call out the big tech social media platforms that are demonetizing, deplatforming, algorithmically demoting videos and news stories and articles that are exposing Joe Biden. This is an attack on the press. Right, as much as they talk about, President Trump is hostile towards the press. What about big tech censoring and locking the New York Post out of their account? That's one of the biggest newspapers in the world.
Oh, absolutely. Well, but people need to understand, though, as much as it is important to talk about Hunter Biden, really, guys, remember that it's not going to move the needle that much. Ultimately, we have to get our base out to vote. We have to inspire them and let them know this is going to be a close election. People on the left, they're not voting for Joe Biden. They're voting against Donald Trump. And they're going to vote for Joe Biden. Honestly, some of these Democrats, no matter what information we have, no matter what is on the laptop, no matter what information drips out from now until Election Day, they're going to vote for Joe Biden. So we need to inspire our people to vote. And I have to give a shout out to Ben Shapiro for a second, because Ben Shapiro has been one of the biggest, I believe, never Trumpers on the conservative side. And even Ben Shapiro came out recently and said, I didn't vote for Donald Trump in 2016. Now I think he said, crawl over glass in order to vote for Trump. And that's because, look, we've gotten 2 Supreme Court justices that are conservative, and we're about, on Monday, I believe on 26th, they've scheduled a vote for Amy Coney Barrett. So that would be 3 Supreme Court justices within 1 presidential term. And we've gotten our tax cuts. Like I said, we're ending endless wars. So those voters that have been traditionally never Trump, conservatives that are more conservative than the Trump base, I believe that they're going to come home in this election. And just know we're welcoming you, and we are open to receiving you back into our party.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. As much as we do want to know about the corruption, I think it's important to get there with the people who are just so they're blinded by their hatred for the president. Some of them, even though blinded by their hatred for the president, they still love the United States of America, and they don't necessarily understand what's at stake. Yeah. And this is what I talk about a lot on my platform, is what's at stake in this election isn't just about the United States. It's about the entire world. There is a globalist agenda to abolish the sovereign nation-state republics. They've talked about it. Bill Gates has talked about it, that since President Trump got elected, there has been a nationalist, populist, traditionalist backlash against the global establishment. They're trying to enslave the entire world. It's going to be world government. I mean, it's biblical at this point. I mean, they've really talked about one world currency, one world trade, all these things where we're not sovereign nations anymore. We're basically going to be governed by unelected global bureaucrats, and that should be horrifying to everyone, because they have so much power as it is, especially when you talk about billionaires like Jeff Bezos, Bill Gates, the rest, the Rothschilds, all of them. They have so much money, so much power, and they've destabilized our nation. A lot of these things, we talk about like Fox News, they wouldn't let Newt Gingrich finish, as he was saying, like, look, it's George Soros actually funding all these prosecutors that are not prosecuting Antifa and BLM and stuff like that. I think the average voter, because they don't like to get into politics, they don't understand just how deep and corrupt all of this is. So yes, in the short term, we got to focus on the election because we got 14 days, but we need to be long-range planning for how we're going to save the United States of America, because my gut tells me this fight is going to go on and on and on. They're not just going to lay down after the election.
No.
Question for you, though. Even though, yes, we're up, you said that the voter registration's up, or the voter registration was up, and also the voters are out, the mail-in votes are in, and people are showing up to vote early. How do you see election night playing out? It's obviously going to be different than anything we've ever seen. Don't you feel like they're going to drag it out as long as possible because the media shapes public opinion and perception? Don't you think that they're going to essentially make it seem like he lost?
They're going to try. Yeah, they're going to try to drag out the election, but I mean, guys, if you want to know the results of who becomes president on Tuesday, November 3rd, 2020, ultimately it comes down to you. You guys are so incredibly powerful. You hold the keys to this election. You don't even know it. If you want to know the results on election day, then vote. And vote in overwhelming numbers. Come down from the hills and the valleys and the plains and wherever you live. But if you want to know the results, then you have to vote. And that way, no matter how many outstanding ballots there are in Pennsylvania, even after the 3 days since the Supreme Court ruled against us, temporarily, we're about to get that new Supreme Court justice, and I hope that they bring it back to the Supreme Court. But we can know the election results if you vote overwhelmingly on Tuesday, November 3rd, 2020. You have the power. So really, guys, it's up to you at home.
Yes, indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're just tuning in, we are in Erie, Pennsylvania, where President Trump is scheduled to deliver remarks at 7 p.m. Eastern. We've got 32,000 people watching, and it looked like 32,000 people lined up, although that's an exaggeration. There are thousands of people lined up outside. They're filing in here. Every time I turn around, it looks like there's at least a couple thousand more. We're expecting about 10,000 people here today. Lots of people in here, lots of people in the chat. We appreciate all of you that are supporting Right Side Broadcasting. We are independent media. We're grassroots. We don't take money from billionaires and big corporations, because then they won't be able to control our message. If we did take money from them, they would be dictating our message. They for sure wouldn't be letting me wear this hat on there. I'm willing to bet. But luckily, we get to dictate what we do, what we say. We are almost entirely viewer funded, so your donations go a long way to sending us to these events. We've got Gastonia, North Carolina tomorrow, and then the debate on Thursday, and then we'll see where the next rally is going to be. But we're going to reach a point in the next 2 weeks where President Trump is doing like 3 to 4 to 5 maybe rallies a day, because we know that the man has a battery in his back. He never sleeps. He never gets rest. He's always out there campaigning, and it costs a lot of money for flights, hotels, bringing out guests, correspondents. We hired more cameramen because we want to be able to bring you guys split screen coverage. We show the crowd, we show the line, we interview patriots. You're only going to get that from Right Side Broadcasting, by the way, just so you know. Mainstream media behind me here on the risers, they don't even have their cameras on yet. They're just here to record the speech at all. That's it. They just want to record the speech and maybe try to find some kind of clip that they can talk about and create narratives to try to bash the president. But we don't do that. We give you unbiased, except for bias in favor of the United States. And of course, we want the president to get reelected. But we are not going to unedited, unfiltered, uninterrupted. We show you start to finish everything that happens so that you can get the experience as if you are here. You're going to see the Pledge of Allegiance live. You're going to see the national anthem live. All of the guest speakers. You'll see Air Force One arrive. And then you'll see all of President Trump's speech start to finish. And then when he leaves, and then we wrap up. So your donations go a long way to sending us here. And with that said, I want to tell you 3 ways you can support us. The first way is via Super Chat. You can do that at the bottom right-hand corner of the chat if you're watching on YouTube. You can mail a check to our physical location, which is 1550 Opelika Road, Suite 6, Box 344, Auburn, Alabama, 36830. Or you can go to our website at rsbnetwork.com/donate. Again, rsbnetwork.com/donate. So let's get a glimpse of the crowd here because we haven't done that. We've been just chatting it up, Scott and I here. But let's show the crowd here. Let's show the Patriots out here. Now, I got to be honest, they don't have the fired up enthusiasm that you would see out in Nevada. But I think I would attribute that to the fact that it's chilly and they're reserving their energy for when the president arrives. I can totally get that. That's probably why I'm a little bit more reserved. We got some people waving to us here. If we can show the crowd down here, they're waving to us. They recognize us. We don't have our normal banner. And a lot of that is because there's not an overflow crowd like we're used to. We're actually covered today for the first time in a long time. We usually have just open air events, but we're covered by the risers, which is great because it did rain a little bit earlier today. But the Patriots are fired up. They are excited for the president. It's just not what you've seen before. I know the last couple rallies, especially the ones in Florida and Nevada respectively, cast a pretty big shadow as far as enthusiasm goes, just because people were hot, they were energetic. Here people are, bundled up and standing closer together to try to spread some heat. It's not too cold. It's, as a southern person, I think it's a little bit chilly, but it's actually not too bad here in Erie, Pennsylvania, right on Lake Erie. Just a few fun facts, just some things that I randomly look up because I'm a nerd. We are equal distance between Cleveland, Ohio, and Buffalo, New York. So we're like smack dab in the middle of this little northern tip of western PA. And we're not too far from Lake Erie itself. I'm lucky enough to have been to all 5 Great Lakes. Like I said, I'm a nerd, guys. I've been to all 5 Great Lakes, and so including Lake Erie, but I saw it in Buffalo, New York. And I think just the strategic location of where President Trump is holding this rally is not only instrumental to his reelection bid, but also we're close to the state of New York. I wouldn't doubt if some of the crowd here has come over from New York. That's a state where I would love to see turn over to the Republican Party. That's a state that the taxes are so oppressive there. They've taxed the middle class out of existence, just like they've done in California. People can't afford to live in these states. These states that have been run by Democrats for a long time they're becoming undesirable places to live. I used to want to go visit New York City, but now with the trash and crime, I don't know if I'm going to want to go there anytime soon. So I feel like there's a yearning for change in some of these states, some of these blue states that have been deep blue states for a long time. I think those states could easily flip for the president, if not for the massive voter fraud that we know is coming. Let's just be real about it, guys. They are going to cheat. That is the only way they can win. Even if it wasn't President Trump, the only way they can win is by cheating, because nobody in their right mind would support these ridiculous policies. You see 50 Cent, the rapper, 50 Cent even saw the taxes being like, 62% in New York City? That is ridiculous. Nobody in their right mind would support the Democrat Party right now. Their policies are insane. They're un-American. They don't make any sense. They benefit nobody but themselves. It just enriches the career politicians. Whether you're talking New York or California, how do these states have such high taxes, but yet they have higher rates of crime, homelessness, and poverty. But yet they spit out these empty platitudes about how they care about the working man and the working class and the poor and the minority voters. And the exact opposite is true. It's an inverted reality. Now I'm going to give some shout outs on the super chats here. We got Valiant Life. Thank you for the super chat. We've got Kevin. Kevin says, Polish Americans for Trump, the greatest president ever. We've got Letitia. Letitia says, Pennsylvania is the state that could be stolen from Trump via voter fraud. Let's hope not. Denise says, voting Trump in California. Love all you do, Scott. And Richard with the super chat. Thank you, Richard. Rachel, thank you for your super chat. And Blue Girl Deb says, listen to you, Mike. Thank you, RSBN. Support you via super chat, Patreon, and through website. God bless you. And Blake, thank you for your super chat. We've also got Jeannie. I think I said that right. Jeanne, maybe? I'm sorry if I didn't pronounce your name correctly. Levi, GQ, thank you for your super chat. And Boris says, great work, guys. Keep it on. Yes, we're going to bring you this live coverage up until the time President Trump arrives, which is just under 2 hours from now. We are going to, I believe, eclipse our view count from the other day. I have a feeling. We're going to get there, guys. We got 32,000 watching right now, 12,000 likes. Guys, do me a favor. Give this stream a thumbs up, please. Support Right Side Broadcasting. Support this movement of truth and freedom. Help us protect this country. This is the best country on the earth. And the best way you can do that is support independent media that's going to broadcast that truth. And the best way you can do that is give us a thumbs up. Subscribe to RSBN. Do it, guys. Subscribe to RSBN. Hit the bell notification so you'll get notified every time we go live at one of President Trump's rallies. Like I said, today we're in Erie, Pennsylvania. Tomorrow we're in Gastonia, North Carolina, which is just outside of Charlotte. And then after the debate, we don't have anything scheduled, but it's a safe bet that there's going to be several rallies after that. None have been announced as of now, but your donations help us get there. Your liking and sharing of this stream right now will help more people see it. Some people in the chat are discouraged. They feel like this election is going to be stolen. Well, what are you going to do to make sure that more people who, I guess there's still some people out there that are undecided. What are you going to do to help us reach those people? You need to share this stream. If you really care about this country, if you want to save this country, in 14 days, you need to share this stream. You need to get this in front of some eyeballs. Bring some new viewers over here. We beat out the mainstream media for President Trump rallies. We beat Fox News easily. We beat NBC News easily. We beat out all these other news outlets that show his rallies. And not only that, because we have so many viewers, we show the crowd. We show the diversity in the crowd. We interview the patriots. We show the line. We show you everything, start to finish, so that people who have been lied to by our dishonest media can see that President Trump rallies, these aren't white supremacist gatherings. These aren't COVID super spreader events like they want you to believe. So we just, somebody told me, can we zoom in on this kid right here? There's people taking pictures of him. You see this kid right here in the front? Somebody reached out to me and said, if you see this young man, get a picture of him. Get him on camera. I forget his name, but somebody DM'd me this little guy dressed up like Donald Trump. This is great. You see him over there? I don't know if we can get him in the camera's view, but yeah, guys, we have to win this election. And the best way to do that is to support the only network where you're going to have correspondents up on the risers in the media wearing Make America Great Again hats. This is not a political statement. If you live in the United States of America, you should want America to be great. It's literally that simple. Ronald Reagan said Make America Great Again. Bill Clinton said Make America Great Again. And guess what? Nobody freaked out because we all live in America. You should want it to be great. Unless you support the establishment puppet candidate, Joe Biden. That dude is such a corrupt puppet. And if he gets elected, the 25th Amendment will be used on him. And then Kamala Harris is your president. These radicals are going to destroy this country. They've literally told you what they plan to do. Beto O'Rourke, hell yes, we're going to take your AR-15s. They're going to pack the Supreme Court. They're going to get rid of the filibuster. Statehood for Puerto Rico and Washington, D.C. Open borders, sanctuary cities. That's going to radically reshape the country. Shifting demographics. It's a thing. Don't let the media lie to you and tell you it's about racism. They're going to shift the demographics. And that's why you have minorities supporting the president. That's why you have me up on stage with the Make America Great Again hat. That's why you have Scott Presser up here. You have a lot of people who have walked away from that donkey party. Nobody wants anything to do with that party. That party is corrupt. That party supports wicked, evil activity. They have their own little brown shirt movement in Antifa that Joe Biden says is just an idea. Give me a break. They're destroying cities, burning down businesses. And while let's shift gears a little bit, Scott. So I live in a state, Florida, as you know, where we are free. Let's come back on camera here. I live in a state, Florida, where, oh, there we go. Thank you. We got our new cameraman here. He's doing great work. Got it zoomed in. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. So I live in Florida where we had a high number of cases, right? But we have a Republican governor, and he opened up the state, lifted all the restrictions, so we're totally free. Restaurants can have 100% capacity. It's as if nothing happened. Because we have more, is, in my opinion, it's got the strictest COVID shutdown. What are your thoughts on this governor here? We know it's political. The shutdown is political, more so than anything. What are your thoughts on how Pennsylvania can turn around with these COVID shutdowns? So frustrating. Once we leave here tonight, we'll be lucky to find a restaurant open because everything closes at 10, because apparently that's when the virus spreads aggressively. Just give us your rundown on this whole nonsense.
No, I don't mean to smile at that commentary, but no, here in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, it's something to the effect of, if you have alcohol, that you have to have food at the table with you. Otherwise, coronavirus is going to spread if you only have alcohol and no food. They've made this really weird rule here in Pennsylvania. Yeah, and I don't understand that. Now, I've traveled, like I mentioned earlier, to 22 states, and Florida, Georgia, even Virginia, we have in-person dining again at places like Starbucks, because that's where I do all of my work. You know, that's where I sit with my Trump computer and I help get out the vote. But here in Pennsylvania, I've noticed that in-person dining at Starbucks closed, shut down. Dunkin' Donuts shut down. And it's hurting businesses, it's hurting business owners, it's hurting the communities. And the one thing that I've seen recently that kind of shows me that the tide, I believe, is hopefully turning, is I have been seeing now hiring signs everywhere. And I've traveled from coast to coast here in Pennsylvania. I think businesses are starting to come back again, even despite Governor Wolf and despite the Democrats' best attempts to shut things down, politically motivated to hurt Donald Trump, politically motivated to hurt the economy, politically motivated to help Joe Biden. And I think that things are backfiring. The Dow is skyrocketing. The economy is booming. President Trump is keeping his promises of helping business owners. And so if you want to have a direct impact on returning to normal life, if you want things to go back to how they were before the virus, then vote Republican, and vote straight ticket Republican, top to bottom. We've seen Georgia is getting on just fine. Florida's getting on just fine. So vote Republican if you want a normal life.
Yes, indeed.
Y'all want to pray with me? All right. Let's bow our heads. Lord God, our Father, we ask that your Holy Spirit would be with us today as we prepare to hear from our President, Donald J. Trump. We ask for your divine protection over him and his family as they travel across our nation, communicating a great vision of hope and their plans to restore our nation to its great potential. They have laid down their lives at great personal sacrifice to serve our country, and we ask for your blessing on them. and peace and success to be over their work and their households. We ask that you would strengthen and inspire our president, his advisors, as well as all of our elected representatives in Pennsylvania with your wisdom, discernment, and divine solutions to the unprecedented challenges of our day. We pray and declare healing and restoration to all who are experiencing illness and financial distress due to the COVID situation. Father, we pray for our election process and the voting that is currently in progress around our country. We pray that every election worker would be faithful to the process and carry out their duties with integrity. We pray for your spirit of peace to hover over each polling place in each voting district in Pennsylvania and in every state in our nation, as we have been praying in Erie County. Lord, you inspired our founding fathers through your holy word that the rights, freedoms, and responsibilities we enjoy come from you and are delegated to those elected by their fellow citizens in order to govern and steward righteously. May that same spirit of self-sacrifice and integrity be awakened in the people of our nation at this time. We thank you for your word spoken to your people and recorded in the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 31, 6 through 8. And we send it out to our fellow citizens and all those who love liberty. Be strong and courageous. Do not fear or be in dread of them, for it is the Lord your God who goes before you. He will not leave you nor forsake you. We pray this in the name of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Amen.
And now, to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please welcome retired Marine Gunnery Sergeant Tony Giacomo.
I would ask that we all stand, remove your hats, and recite the pledge with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Please remain standing and welcome to the stage proud patriot and veteran Jake Banta of Jake's Blues.
Please put your hand on your heart. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, oh, the ramparts we once were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bomb bursting in air, gave proof to the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave? Sing along. For the land of the free and the home of the brave. Donald Trump 2020.
Please welcome to the stage Pennsylvania Trump Campaign Chair, Bernie Comfort.
Hello, Pennsylvania! How we doing in Erie tonight? Little 6-hour drive. I hear this is summer in Erie. That's right. Well, it is great to be here with you today. As you heard, I'm Bernie Comfort, and I have the 2 best jobs in the world. The first is mom. I love my 10-year-old daughter, Lucy. That's okay for the moms out there. It's okay. And I do this work so that she can grow up and succeed in a great America. An America that our founding fathers dreamed of. An America that this president fights for every day. Now, my second job is to serve as the chair of the president's campaign right here in Pennsylvania, my home state. Thank you. And you know, a couple weeks ago, at a small peaceful protest like this, the president asked me, Bernie, are we going to win Pennsylvania? You're taking away my punchline here. So, I know the answer, and you obviously do, but let's practice again before the president gets here. So, friends, are we going to win Pennsylvania? I thought so. You know, I've been in politics a long time. And I have to tell you, I've never seen anything like this campaign. And while Joe Biden is looking for his remote control in his basement, our team, you are on the ground making unprecedented voter contacts, working hard in all 67 counties in the Keystone State, right? In fact, we have made over 2 million door knocks. We've made over 12 million voter contacts. We've registered thousands and thousands of voters, and we have over 100,000 new volunteers like you. Men, women, young people. And they all know what you and I know. They know that Joe Biden may have been born in Pennsylvania, but he couldn't find it with 3 GPS apps. But be sure to know this. Joe Biden knows every back room and back hallway in Washington, D.C. He left for the swamp a long time ago. A long time ago. So working moms like me are working in Zoom sessions during the day, making meals for our families at night, while dinosaur politicians like Joe Biden are behind closed doors in lobbying sessions, trading away the jobs of hardworking Pennsylvanians like you. Now, does that make him popular in Erie? No. And does Joe Biden represent our values? No. But you and I know who does represent our values. Donald Trump. We know that the president understands our concerns, and we know that this president loves America like we do. That's right, he does love our veterans. Thank you for your service. So, you know, I'm an optimistic person. I believe this president is putting this nation on the path where my daughter and your children and grandchildren will grow up in a country where hard work matters more than what special interest group you belong to. Yeah, they'll grow up in a country where we embrace and teach our American history and we don't cancel culture. In a country where parents like me can make a choice where I send my daughter to school, and no child will be defined by his or her zip code. In a country where American jobs stay in America. In a country where we stand for the flag and kneel only to God. And finally, in a country where police officers are respected and rioters are put in prison. Now, this is the country I want, and I think it's what you want too. So let's do everything we can. We have 14 days to turn out every vote possible for this president. So I want you to make a promise today, a promise to the man who is like no other politician. He made promises and he kept promises. So I want you to promise to get out every vote possible, and together we can and we will win this election.
Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Congressman Mike Kelly.
Oh my gosh! How's everybody from Erie doing? And I want you to think about something. Donald Trump is the 45th president of the United States. And there's an old saying that 90% of life is showing up, because when you show up, people know you care. Look at the 44 presidents before Donald Trump. This president and his administration has spent more time in Erie than all of them combined before. You will never find another president who would walk away from a perfect life. He did not need to be president of the United States. But what he did believe is that the United States needed to have strong leadership, and that's why he left the private sector and ran for president. First office he's ever run for, and he wins it. And you know why? It was not about him. It's about you. It's about us. It's about... All right, we'll get this thing back on. There we go. It's about our kids. It's about our grandkids. It's about this generation also. Any of you that are veterans, would your veterans please raise your hand? I don't think there's another area in the United States where we've had more people serve. It is an incredible testament to our love for this country and respect for the 1.5 million lives that were willing to go to war and never come home again because they loved the country more than their own safety, and they thought the most important thing they could do was to show up and actually defend her no matter where in the world we were needed. Never before has that kind of dedication played its way through. You know who you are, you know who this president is, and you know what the competition looks like. Who is Joe Biden in 47 years? Has he ever been to Erie? I mean, really been to Erie? Not hide out and have 6 or 7 people in a room. You know why? Because he doesn't have the same feeling for America that Donald Trump has. The president called me last week, and I don't tell you this so that you say, oh, geez, Kelly, are you lucky the president called you? The president didn't call to talk to me. He called me to find out what else he could do for Erie, Pennsylvania. And he said very clearly, Mike, what the heck do we have to do to win Pennsylvania? And I said, Mr. President, you've already earned the right to represent Pennsylvania again. Nobody has ever spent more time in Pennsylvania than this president. The members of his cabinet. Do you realize who's been here? Everybody from the cabinet. 9 members of the cabinet have come to Erie, Pennsylvania to find out what it is that this administration could do. You've never had that kind of help before. You've never had that kind of concern before. You've never had that kind of love before for Erie, Pennsylvania, and for Pennsylvania. It is an incredible commitment to the American people. Now, when I told my wife that the president called me, she just, oh yeah, sure. She said, you mean the president, for as busy as he is, for as much as he has on his plate, took time to call you to find out what he could do for Pennsylvania? And I said, yeah, there's a lot of things I tell you that you probably don't believe, but you can sure bank on this one. This president, the 45th president of the United States, has made more commitments to Erie and has done everything he said he would do from day one. So many more people who've run for these offices tell you what they'll do if you elect them, and then they get amnesia. Once they get sworn in, they forget what they said. They forget their commitment, and no better demonstration of that than tomorrow on Thursday night. You will see a guy who was vice president and spent 47 years feasting off taxpayer dollars to pick up the tab than Joe Biden. What a waste of time. What a waste of our time to even consider this guy in the White House. So, let me ask you, if you want to know how we can win this election, go to the nearest mirror and take a look at who it is that's the most important person to Donald Trump. And that face looking back to you is the answer. It is you. It is you and you and you and all of you behind here. So I'm going to give you a suggestion. This is what this election's all about. Put in your mouthpiece. Pull your helmet down around. Jeez. Tighten your chin. Jeez, I don't know. Fix this microphone before we do anything else. But tighten your chin strap and get ready to knock the living heck out of anybody in an opposite color jersey. And if that jersey's not red, white, and blue, they don't deserve to serve you. You're the answer. You are the answer. You are going to see the greatest show on earth tonight when the 45th president of the United States flies into Erie, Pennsylvania to spend some time with you, to ask for your vote, to ask for your support, to ask for your prayers, and to make sure that we all get out and vote. God bless you, Erie. God bless the United States of America. And God bless every one of our veterans and our police for doing the job that they do. God bless you. Let's go out and win. Let's go win. Let's go win. Let's refuse to lose.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. I hope you enjoyed those great speakers we just had. Apologies for the late start here. We were stuck behind another live hit from another camera, and I didn't want to interrupt that. So I want to thank everybody that's tuned in and watching us and supporting us here at Right Side Broadcasting. Again, we're just a little over an hour from President Trump's arrival here in Erie, Pennsylvania. Thanks to all of you that support Right Side Broadcasting, independent media, independent grassroots journalism that's pro-America, pro-freedom, pro-liberty. Guys, I got to tell you, I am a rugged individual. I am staunch supporter of liberty and freedom, and that's what this is about at the end of the day. It's about freedom versus totalitarian communism. We have 14 days to re-elect President Trump and save our country, save our sovereign republic. We are not a democracy. We are a republic. Simple. Don't let the left lie to you about this. We're about freedom. And that's what we're about here. That's what we're doing. So we're going to save our country in 14 days. Let me pull up the chat here, read some super chats. You guys know we're independent media. We're almost entirely viewer funded. So every last dollar you send brings us to these rallies. Tomorrow we're in Gastonia, North Carolina. What is that? Something fell on the ground. I get distracted easily, guys. See something rolling, I'm like, what was that? Anyway, we got a new member, Anthony. Thank you. We've got a super chat from John Walsh. John says, we love our President Donald J. Trump. Thank you for covering him so we can see it in full. That's what we do here. This is what we are committed to doing, bringing you the truth. We're on the right side of history, and the right thing to do is tell the truth. That's what we do here at Right Side Broadcasting. So you're going to see everything, start to finish. You're going to see President Trump's speech, start to finish. The only thing that you won't see, and I'm going to have to say this a couple times, it's more about what you won't hear. You're not going to hear YMCA at the end. I know some people complain about this, but you have to understand, we can get struck down. I get it. People are mad. They're like, you guys never played the song. There's this little thing called copyright. If we get copyright strikes, it hinders our opportunity to bring these rallies to you live. You see what big tech is doing. They would look for any reason to take down Right Side Broadcasting. So let's get our priorities straight here. You can turn on YMCA and listen to it on YouTube afterwards. You don't need to hear it on this broadcast. I just have to say that because the past couple events, people were upset that we're not playing the music. We can't do it, guys. We're not allowed to do it. We're monetized and we can lose monetization. So that's why we don't do it. So I hope you understand. This is why you won't hear YMCA at the end. We've also got a super chat from Alexander. Thank you, Alexander. But other than that, you're going to see everything start to finish. President Trump's speech. It's going to be a great time tonight. We're expecting a big crowd. It's pretty much full. I mean, we can't really see the overflow section. I think it's off to the side over here to my left. So we can't really pan the crowd the way we normally would, but you can see that it is packed. It looks shoulder to shoulder in here. And I'm so used to being able to interact with people because they're very close to the risers, but they're not even going to be allowed access to the area where we are. They're usually able to walk right by the risers and interact with the press. But nonetheless, we're excited to be here. The Patriots in the crowd, they're turning around. They're shouting out Right Side Broadcasting. They're excited to see us up here. We'd love to see them out there. They love to see that they have allies up here in the media, somebody that's going to, treat them fairly and not call them a bunch of neo-Nazi, white supremacist, COVID super spreaders. That's what the media said. These aren't my hyperbolic words, guys. This is what the media says, right, Scott? How hyperbolic are they with how they paint the narrative about Trump supporters? It's just disgusting what they've done to this country as far as the way that they've divided us. They've made everybody fearful. And what's funny is I saw this on Twitter. Somebody called this out in the media. Yeah, somebody called this out on Twitter, not in the media. Someone called it out. They said how they manipulate minorities. Or at the beginning of the summer, you had black people beating up white people in the street. It was very bad, right? Well, after the George Floyd thing. And now they're trying to make minorities scared, saying they've got poll watchers. These white supremacist Trump supporters are poll watchers. So they go from emboldening black people and Hispanics to attack white people. But now they're saying, watch out as you try to go to the polls because they might attack you. What are your thoughts about the media and just how dishonest and disgusting they are?
Well, they're definitely trying to scare minorities. I mean, look at what they do to the gay community, talking about Amy Coney Barrett, who couldn't be more of an equal opportunity Supreme Court justice. And I've had the media reach out to me because I've done trainings across the country, and I've scheduled a poll watcher training. I've had probably 5 different media organizations reach out to me specifically because of the poll watcher training, and I haven't messaged any of them back yet. I actually was thinking about messaging them and saying, thank you so much for your interest. I'm spending the next 2 weeks of my time making sure that Donald Trump is reelected, but I'm happy to sit down with you after the election and I'll tell you everything that we did in order to elect Donald Trump. But no, the Democrat Party doesn't have any solutions because the Democrat Party doesn't want to actually fix any problems. Because then if problems get fixed, then there's nothing to scare voters into voting. There's nothing they can do to point at the Republicans to say, oh, these evil, bad Republicans. And I think voters are waking up that Donald Trump is actually doing what he said he would do, fixing problems, fixing the VA, securing the border, being tough on China, bringing our jobs back, and fulfilling many of the promises that Joe Biden has been unable to do in 47 years. Now, make no mistake, it's not coincidental that Joe Biden has accomplished nothing in 47 years. That's the plan. The plan is to do nothing and to say, elect me. Okay, you're elected. Now what? Oh, the problem is still occurring. Elect me again. Elect me again. And that's what Joe Biden has done for 47 years. Because Democrats don't want to fix the problem because they have no solutions and they want to blame Republicans for the problems.
Yeah, and not only that, the Democrat Party measures success by failure. I'll give you a prime example. Governor Cuomo in New York, I believe they're making a movie about him and his handling of COVID-19. I mean, this was the epicenter of where COVID-19 just exploded. I mean, he forced sick COVID patients in the nursing homes, which drove up the death count. That's evil. And yet he is being praised by the left. They praise him in the media. They praise politicians who have done nothing for their districts, like Maxine Waters. She gets on MSNBC all the time. At least once a week she's on there. I'm like, why are they platforming this garbage, especially for a district where people are impoverished? They can't even read at high school or grade level in her district. She doesn't live in her district. That's what the Democrats do. They measure success by failure. They never want to solve problems. In fact, they create the problems. And if there are no problems, they make sure that there will be problems so they can justify their existence, like you said. Because if they
measure success by victimhood.
By victimhood, yeah. They want you to think that there's virtue in being a victim. There's no virtue in seeing yourself as a victim. I can say that firsthand. Like, the very minute I started to see myself as a victor, somebody who can do whatever I want, my life changed forever. I never really truly had like a victim mentality, but I was just bombarded by all of the propaganda of white people are trying to hunt you down every day. America's so racist and immoral. Well, I mean, I know people from my past, like friends from high school, whatever. They're raising their kids to think like the world's out to get you. I mean, that's a horrible mentality. You're setting your kid up for failure. But Democrats feast on that. They feast on fear. They feast on lies. They feast on broken promises. They think that they've done a good job. They'll tell you, we're going to give you just that. They won't say this, but they actually do this. They'll give you something, but not enough to make a difference. Because if they make a difference, it means you don't need them anymore. And I think that's what the government programs that they put in place are designed to do. It's designed to grow the footprint of the government, create problems so that they can basically subsidize the solution. California, another good example of how the homelessness problem there, they don't want to fix homelessness. They want to subsidize homelessness. They want to have facilities. I don't know if this actually was implemented, but I know at one point San Francisco was trying to build facilities for people to shoot up drugs in those facilities, as opposed to get them off drugs. It's like, we'll just find you a safe space to do it in. And we're going to build out a facility and hire people to manage this. It's one of the worst things. And this is how these government programs are implemented, by selling lies without actually implementing a solution. I also saw somebody, I come across some of the best commentary on Twitter. Somebody said, like, the two-party system is like this. Democrats want to give you bread. They'll give you bread. Republicans will give you the recipe to make bread, but they won't make it for you. They say, you got to make it yourself, but we'll give you the recipe. It's a metaphor for the success, right? But Americans, we've been conditioned to just be lazy. We want somebody to cook for us as opposed to making our own food. If you make your own food, you can feed yourself for life. But if someone gives you food, you're always going to be looking for that food. And that's exactly how they want it. It's by design.
Since we're here in Pennsylvania, I just want to take a little time, and I'm just going to talk directly to the voter at home. And I want to talk about statistics, data. How are things going in Pennsylvania? So remember how earlier I was talking about Bucks County? Well, I really want to delve into this kind of stuff so you, the viewer at home, you can kind of get a better understanding of what this election is going to be like. So as I was saying, Bucks County has historically voted a Democratic, but the voter registration data tells a completely different story. The fact that we've had thousands of new Republicans in this historically Democratic county leads me to believe that we could be seeing a purple or even red Bucks County going into Election Day. And also, if you live in Doylestown, if you live in Bucks County, I want to give a shout out to Ellen and Jennifer. You guys know who you are. You are rock stars. You have been doing car parades, flag drops, door knocking, voter registration. And I just wanted to say thank you for all of the work that you are doing. After I started in Doylestown on the 7th, I went down to Philly. We not only had a poll watcher training, but I knocked on doors. And I know that some of you may think, wow, Scott, you're knocking on doors in Philly? But I'm here to tell you that the houses that we went to, they were not only voting for Donald Trump, but they were enthusiastic voters. I saw Trump flags in Philly. This is an area that's 7-1 Democratic, if not 9-1 Democratic. They are going to have a large share of the Democratic vote coming out of Philly. But our supporters there are enthusiastic and energized and fired up, and they're going to help stop the bleeding in that very Democrat county in Philly. And so again, I've got organizers down there in Southeast Pennsylvania. If you want to get involved, slide into my DMs, Parler, Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, at Scott Pressler, and I will get you involved. We have 14 days. Guys, don't wake up on November 4th wishing and hoping that you had done more in this election. This is your legacy. This is your defining moment. And don't say to me, Scott, I got a job. I got kids. I get it. Trust me. I worked a full-time job at an elementary school. Then I walked dogs because I was that dog walker. Then I volunteered at the Republican Party office. You can donate an hour of your time. You can donate a Saturday afternoon knocking on doors. Don't wake up wishing you had done more. Don't say, wow, I should have given up more time to door knock and to register voters and to make phone calls. So after Bucks County and after Philly, I went up to Allentown. Now, Allentown is in Lehigh County. Again, another historically Democrat county. But our numbers have actually been going up in Lehigh. So if you live in Allentown, we need you to knock on doors, because when I was there, we knocked on Republican, independent doors, and every single door that we went to, except for one or two, were undecided. The rest of them were Republican and said, yes, I'm coming out for Donald Trump. But guys, there's a secret Trump voter. And I know that sounds very cliche, especially going from 2016, but it's true. If you see a house that doesn't have a yard sign and has an American flag, you're probably looking at a Republican voter. You're looking at a shy voter, the secret Trumper. The American flag is their Trump sign, is that sign in their yard. They just don't want to admit it because the media demonizes us. The media puts a target on our backs. The media tells us that we are wrong, and the voters are going to come out this November, and you're going to see all of those shy voters that won't tell the media how they feel. They're going to be at the ballot box. So in Allentown, Lehigh County, I need you to volunteer. There's a wonderful young man named Wyatt who is leading the office there in Allentown and Lehigh. Volunteer with him. Tell him Scott Pressler sent you. After Allentown, I went over to State College, Center County. Now, guys, this is the story that nobody is talking about. Nobody's talking about that, for example, at Penn State College, they're doing only virtual learning. They do not have any in-person learning going on at Penn State College. So what does that mean? That means that they're not at full capacity. That means that this historically Democrat college town doesn't have all of the college students in town in Pennsylvania. And I'm going to make a wild prediction right now that Democrats are going to lose thousands of historically Democrat votes in Penn State, Ohio State, Florida State. Those kids are back home. They're in Illinois. They're in New York. They're in New Jersey. They're not at their college town. They're back home. Do you think college students are going to vote by absentee? Do you think they're going to take the time to seal those envelopes, to follow the instructions, to turn in their ballots? We've seen that the youth vote is actually down. The college students aren't voting. The Democrats should be hitting the panic button right now. The Democrats should be very scared that these college students aren't giving them the votes that they thought they would be getting. Meanwhile, Scott Pressler just went to Penn State University, and I was registering voters. And out of the 18 students that we registered, 13 of them chose Republican at a nonpartisan, non-pushing any political candidate. They themselves chose Republican. 4 chose NPA, which is no party affiliation, and 1 chose Democrat. Again, the Democrats should be hitting the panic button that the youth is turning to Trump. The youth is turning to the Republican Party because students want to go back to school. College students don't want to be treated as criminals and punished because of a Chinese virus that they are not responsible for. You see, the college students, they are being treated like criminals, like this is their fault. And they understand that this is coming from the Democrats. This is coming from Governor Wolf. This is coming from Governor Cuomo. This is coming from Governor Whitmer. This is coming from Governor Newsom. Democrat after Democrat after Democrat controlled state who are punishing you, who are punishing the student, the single mom, the business owner. You see, they're coming after us, the American people. Meanwhile, Republican governor in Florida, DeSantis, Republican governor in Georgia, Kemp, they are getting us back into schools. They are getting us back into our businesses. They are getting us back to normal life. So State College, Center County, a historically blue county, I think we're going to see maybe even turn purple or red. And it's because that youth vote has gone home. And it's because of our voter registration efforts to increase our Republican majority. We're going to see Center County possibly turn red in this election. After Center County, I went over to Scranton, Pennsylvania, Lackawanna County. Now, Lackawanna is a really interesting situation because Joe Biden, although he was only there until I think he was 4 years old, he calls it his hometown. I think that's a little ridiculous. Sorry, Joe, but Scranton is rejecting you. Lackawanna County has not only been trending Republican more and more, not only in votes, but in voter registration. But in this final week, Lackawanna has been seeing a surge in Republican voter registration. So we're going to see Lackawanna County maybe even turn Republican in this election on Tuesday, November 3rd, 2020. After Lackawanna, I headed over to Bradford. Now, I've got a special place in my heart for Bradford because this is one of those small towns, those rural areas. You know, this is a city versus rural divide. And it was interesting, in a town of 8,000 people, when I went there for an event, we had hundreds show up. I mean, it was almost like the entire town came out. They had a car parade of over 50 people. They had hundreds of people come out to hear from the mayor there, to hear from Mr. Dush running for state representative, to hear from me. And this is a town that only has one Tim Hortons. This is a very small area, but these people are fired up in Pennsylvania. They are fired up for Donald Trump. And while I was there, we not only registered 10 new voters, but I gave one of my followers a voter registration form. Shout out to you. And he registered a new voter at Walmart prior to the October 19th deadline. So if you're at home and you're in one of those small towns like Bradford, I want you to know that your vote is incredibly powerful. And I want you to know that you matter. And I want you to know that you're going to be a part of history when we keep Pennsylvania red and we re-elect President Donald Trump, because Pennsylvania wins the White House. After Bradford, I went over to Erie, where I'm actually at right now. We're in Erie, Pennsylvania. And the news came out. The news came out to film us not only having a talk from me, but also watching President Trump's town hall, which was covered on NBC. And President Trump did great, by the way. I love seeing all of the women behind him who were nodding in support, who were clapping in support. And I thought it was hilarious that the Democrat media had to air women nodding in the background behind President Trump, and how that one woman, she opened up her comment and said, "President Trump, you have a great smile. You are so handsome when you smile." So shout out to that woman as well. I loved your question, and we hope to earn your vote for President Trump this November. But the media came out in Erie because they know this county is so important to winning Pennsylvania. We narrowly won the vote for Trump in 2016, and that's why Trump is here. That's why he's back. He knows we win Erie big, we win Pennsylvania, and we re-elect President Donald Trump. After Erie County, I went down. You see a progression. I started in southeast Pennsylvania. I went to the center of the state. I went over to Scranton. Then I made my way west to northwest PA, and now I headed to Slippery Rock, Pennsylvania. That's in Butler County. Now, Butler is a Republican county that's going to vote for Donald Trump, but it matters by the margin. It matters by the votes that we elect Donald Trump. And so I need your help. If you're in Slippery Rock, if you're in Butler County, you can tell I know my stuff because I've memorized this. The office is at 140 South Main Street. Go visit the mayor, J.D. Longo, great guy, great mayor of Slippery Rock. Visit 140 South Main Street and tell them Scott Pressler sent you. We need door knockers. We need people to man the office. We need phone callers. Also, visit Denton. Denton is a city council member there in Slippery Rock. And again, tell them Scott Pressler sent you. After Slippery Rock, I went down to Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh is Allegheny County. Basically, how Pennsylvania operates is you got Philly and you got Pittsburgh, and then you have what they call the T. No, the T does not stand for Donald Trump. The T is the areas that we as conservatives have to turn out in huge numbers in order to offset Philly and Pittsburgh. That's the T. They call it either Alabama or Pennsylvania. Those are your God-fearing, gun-clinging, those are my people. Those are your Walmart, Marie Callender, boot-wearing, those are my people. Those are the ones that you'd love to have a drink with and just get a beer. But Pittsburgh is so incredibly important, not only because we need to elect Sean Parnell to Congress. This is Pennsylvania's 17th district, a district that the Democrats flipped from red to blue, that we have the opportunity to flip from blue to red and give President Trump a Congress he can work with. You see, we only need 18 seats. So if you're in Allegheny, if you're in Pittsburgh, I need you to support Sean Parnell for Congress. And remember how I told you the office at 140 South Main Street in Slippery Rock and Butler? Well, I already memorized the office for Pittsburgh as well. If you're in Allegheny County, I want you to visit 100 Fleet Street, Fleet Street. Go visit the executive director, Kevin, and tell him that Scott Pressler sent you. We need door knockers, we need phone callers, we need people at that office. 100 Fleet Street. Go help make sure that we elect Sean Parnell to Pennsylvania's 17th district. Now guys, I've got a lot of Pennsylvania events on the way. After Erie, I'm not done. I'm going for one day, don't judge me, to Minnesota. I'm going to Prior Lake, Minnesota, because CPAC reached out to me, and I believe that Minnesota has an opportunity to flip from blue to red. It hasn't gone Republican since 1972. However, the Iron Range, an area that has traditionally voted Democrat, we had 6 Democrat mayors endorse Donald Trump for president. We're seeing great voter registration numbers. We're seeing great excitement. So I'm taking off one day to go to Minnesota, and my good friend Brandon Strzok will be there. Maj Tour of Black Guns Matter right outside of Philly. He's going to be there in Minnesota too. Matt Schlapp will be there. I mean, this is going to be a star-studded event, and we are coming for you. We are coming to help support you, the voters, and energize and excite and make sure that you are empowered to cast your ballot for Donald Trump in Minnesota on Tuesday, November 3rd, 2020. Now, on Saturday, I'm going to be in Gettysburg. Gettysburg is not only historic, but also has Adams County. Adams County is going to vote for Donald Trump. It voted, I believe, about 60% for Donald Trump in 2016 and 30 or so percent for Hillary Clinton. So we need to increase those margins. We need those votes, especially higher in this election in 2020, to offset Philly and Pittsburgh. So again, showing you I just know my stuff. I want you to meet us on Saturday, the 24th of October at 10 a.m. at 100 Buford Avenue. And you're the first to hear this. You were the absolute first to hear this breaking news, but my mom and dad are going to be joining us in Gettysburg this Saturday at 10 a.m. So if you want to meet me, if you want to meet the wonderful parents that raised me, a retired Navy captain, a loving military spouse who is also an English major who went to Old Dominion University, and you'll get to meet the entire Pressler family in Gettysburg. Come do a meet and greet, come knock on doors, then we're going to ensure that Donald Trump wins Adams County by big margins. And then on Sunday the 25th, I'm going to Franklin County. Franklin County is right near Chambersburg, Pennsylvania. So if you're in the area, I'm going to be posting all of the details on Twitter, Facebook, Parler, Instagram on how you can get involved. Like I said, that T, which doesn't stand for Trump, but is here in Pennsylvania, we need you to turn out in historic margins. And I do want to say one thing about the Amish community. We are not only engaging as Republicans with the Amish community in historic margins, but the Amish community is going to vote for Donald Trump, I believe, in higher percentages than they did in 2016. The Amish community is not being polled. So when you see Joe Biden leading in Pennsylvania, they aren't polling new voters. They aren't polling these new 200,000 Republican voter registrations. They aren't polling the Amish community. They aren't polling the secret Trump voter. This election is going to be close, razor thin, coming down to every last vote in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. And Joe Biden, you being from Scranton, Pennsylvania is not a sure thing for you. Pennsylvanian voters, remember that you voted for NAFTA. You voted Joe Biden to sell our jobs to other countries. You voted Joe Biden against the union worker, because I have clear eyes on this issue. Pro-fracking is pro-union, and Joe Biden would ban fracking in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Joe Biden has said it, and Senator Harris have said it. They will ban fracking, which kills union jobs, which kills energy jobs, which kills natural gas jobs, which will increase your energy bills and which will hurt your pocketbooks. So remember, pro-fracking is pro-union, and Joe Biden does not support our union workers. Now, I believe that we have a message from Mr. Mike. I'm going to turn it over to him, and thank you so much, Right Side Broadcasting, for having me as a guest host here today in Erie, Pennsylvania.
Thank you so much, Scott. Man, this dude knows his stuff. I was reading the chat, and people are like, I love the dude with the long hair. Some people don't know who he is. Find Scott Pressler on Twitter. He is the persistence. Now, let's get a load of this crowd here, guys. They were waving their signs back and forth, just in sync with the music here. We have a big crowd here in Erie, Pennsylvania. We're just about 40 minutes away from President Trump's arrival here, where he's going to deliver remarks. Hopefully he's on time tonight, 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I want to thank everybody that's tuned in right now to Right Side Broadcasting. We got 53,000 people watching. Thank you all for supporting independent, pro-America, pro-Trump media, pro-freedom media. You guys are the best. I want to let you guys know that we are almost entirely viewer funded, and I know that plenty of you have sent us some super chats, and I want to get caught up on those. So let's start with Jamie. Thank you for your super chat. Wenyi, I think, UN, says, thank you, Scott. Your work is priceless. God love the USA. And Luke Caseley says, Scott, you rock. Also, we've got a new member, Zachariah. Thank you for becoming a new member. You can become a new member by going to the landing page of Right Side Broadcasting on YouTube and click join. If you click join on the landing page, you can find us and you can become a monthly member. All right, Rita. Rita says, thank you, RSBM. I'm watching all the way from Newfoundland, Canada, because it really matters to the whole world that President Trump gets re-elected. That is so true. Willie C., thank you for your super chat. Dalamar says there were van/bus services for the Amish in 16 to vote. I cannot help this time. Get on it. Help them. You know, I saw Amish for Trump out in Nevada. I didn't know there was an Amish community out there. I'm assuming maybe they traveled in or something. I don't know. But Amish for Trump is definitely a thing, and it's big. And Leticia says, so happy to see Vincent. Yes, Vincent is in the building. And Diana, thank you for your super chat. God bless you. Now, guys, we're almost entirely viewer funded. So like I said, you can support Right Side Broadcasting one of three ways. The first way is at the bottom right-hand corner of the chat is a little $sign. You can send us a super chat. You can also, but please be advised that YouTube will take 30% of that. The second way is if you go to our website, rspnetwork.com/donate. Your donations are greatly appreciated. We're almost entirely viewer funded. We want to be able to go to every single one of President Trump's events, and the only way we can do that is with your support. It costs a lot of money. Can we zoom in on these peoples with the 4 more years chant right here? We got to show them. Let's see if we can get them all chanting. Yeah, we're going to get them chanting, guys. Show this crowd here. Show this crowd here in front of us here. They love Right Side Broadcasting. They love to support us here. They recognize us every time we show up. But as I was saying, if you guys support us on our website, rsbnetwork.com/donate, the third and final way, you can go and mail a check to our physical address, 1550 Opelika Road, Suite 6, Box 344, Auburn, Alabama, 36830. My proud accomplishment is that I finally memorized that. Joe, I know you're watching the studio, Joe. I finally got that memorized. It only took me like 50 times of saying it, but hey, I got it memorized. So guys, please support this independent media. We're the only media that's going to show you the crowd. We're going to show you President Trump's speech in its entirety with no interruptions, no narrative, no nonsense, just President Trump's words. And that's what we need. That's what people need to hear. They need to hear it from him directly. We show this crowd we're the only media that's going to do that. So if you care about saving this country in 14 days, that's going to come up quickly. Support Right Side Broadcasting. Now, guys, I do want to bring you some breaking news right now. I'm going to read this tweet directly. A senior federal law enforcement official tells Jake Gibson that the FBI and DOJ concur with Ratcliffe that Hunter Biden's laptop and the emails in question weren't part of a Russian disinformation campaign. The FBI does have possession of the Hunter Biden laptop in question. That is huge. And I have my own thoughts on that. I mean, apparently the FBI had the laptop in 2019, and we're just now talking about it a year later. I'm wondering who was dragging their feet, who dropped the ball. Nonetheless, let's get her done. Some people need to be locked up for this. Heads need to roll. That's all I got to say about this. And I don't mean that literally, because I know that leftists are like, oh my gosh, this violent network. These weirdos out there. You never know. There's people out there. So President Trump, anyway, guys, about 30 minutes out. We're excited for him. This crowd is fired up. They're listening to some Michael Jackson, some people out there dancing in the crowd. Now, for the 50-some thousand of you watching, now we're up to 55,000. Do us the biggest favor. Hit the thumbs up on this stream, because that's the only way we can circumvent YouTube's algorithms that will not promote us on the main page, on the home screen. On the home screen, when you click the live button, YouTube is going to show Fox News. They're not going to show Right Side until like the 4th or 5th one down, even though we run circles around them every single time President Trump holds a rally. We'll have at least 100,000 watching. They'll have maybe 50,000. So if you give us a thumbs up, like this stream, that's how we can get promoted through their algorithms. Also, we've got 658,000 subscribers. That's a tremendous number, but our goal is to get to at least 1 million, if not further beyond that. Subscribe to RSBN, hit the bell notifications, so you will be notified every time we go live. Do it, guys. Got a country to save. Be actionable. And also, for those of you that get upset at the end when we don't play YMCA, it's because we will lose our monetization, which means you won't have a rally to watch on RSBN if we lose our monetization. So please keep that in mind. When President Trump wraps up his speech, you're not going to hear YMCA. I'm sorry. If you want to hear YMCA, you can play it before the rally or play it after from the privacy of your home or your car or wherever you're at. But we cannot play it for copyright reasons. I've got to emphasize that, because people get really upset and send us some disparaging comments. And I wish that some of those people would just understand, work with us. We cannot get those songs played for you. I mean, unless you want to prioritize that over watching RSBN. I mean, but even then, we're not going to do it. So, Megan Ray, thank you for your super chat. Stephen Denny, thank you for your super chat. Jacob, thank you for becoming a new member. And Dominic says RSBN is the GOAT of the free press. When are Mike and Scott running for office? As long as I'm in my right mind, I will probably never run for public office. It seems like a horrible job. Not to mention I'll be canceled for things I did in 3rd grade. all that stuff. They're going to dig up my past and find out that I jaywalked before. They're going to find out a bunch of things. Rake me over the coals. It looks not fun. After watching what this man has done, President Trump, after seeing what has happened to him, nobody should run for president after this, man. The way that they've treated this man, the way they've treated his family, I don't want to put my family through it. Crane Life said, thank you, RSBN, Trump 2020. And we've also got Sue. Sue Mo says, thank you, Right Side. We appreciate your hard work. Make America great again, Trump 2020. Diana Cooper with a $10 super chat. Thank you. Karen Ray says, Scott and Mike rock. Thank you so much. We appreciate every last one of you that support us. You're literally helping us get to the next several events. We have 14 days. We want to be able to cover every single one of President Trump's rallies. He's going to start holding 3 a day. He's been doing consistently 2 per day. So what do you think he's going to be doing when we get to the final week before the election? It's going to be 3 per day. I can only do 1 per day. Physically, I can only get to 1 rally per day. So we have to hire more correspondents, more cameramen. We need to get more equipment. That's why your donations are so helpful. I mean, we are trying to save our country from radicals, from tyrants, from Marxists, from communists. This isn't fear-mongering. It's actually happening. Someone said in the chat, Mike, we love you, man. I love you guys too. I appreciate you. If you guys want to follow me, I have a Twitter account. Just search MikeNificent813, and then on there's a link to my YouTube channel. You can find me there. That's the easiest way, probably. If you find me on Twitter first, I'm almost at 12,000 followers. Follow me there. And from the main page, from my Twitter page, you can find my YouTube channel there. Also, find me on Parler. Let's get me on, I'm going to start posting more on Parler. Just search MikeNificent813 on Parler, and I should pop right up. Need to support in different tech platforms. So I'm committed to posting more on Parler, especially the way that Twitter has handled this Hunter Biden situation. They might as well change their logo to the Democrat logo. They are so in bed with the Democrats, it's sickening. It's disgusting. Shadow banning everybody. Locking the New York Post out of their account. Give me a break. These people are such frauds. Tommy Sotomayor's mama says, oh, you mean the way you guys treated Obama? Okay. Who's you guys? I don't know who you guys are, and I don't know why you would send a super chat for that. That's kind of weird. Why don't you go watch a Joe Biden stream? Quit being a weirdo. Stop following us, man. But thank you for your money anyway. Valiant Life, thank you for your super chat. Appreciate you. Steve Clark says, thanks. You're doing an awesome job. Keep up the good work. Somebody else. Hold on. Here we go. AHNC. I can't really read the whole thing. Says, my Mad Hatters love RSBN. Thank you so much. Kathy, thank you for becoming a new member. Nikki says, appreciate everything you guys do. Trump 2020. Ida with a super chat. Thank you, Ida. They're rolling in quickly, guys. We're just 30 minutes away from President Trump's arrival, man. Let's get this stream up to 140,000. Let's get 140,000 concurrent watchers. I think we can do it. We got to take baby steps. I would love to say, let's get 200,000. I think it will come, but I think it's going to be closer to election day. So for now, let's just eclipse our 133,000 record that Lilith and myself set when we were in Carson City, Nevada just 48 hours ago. That was a fire event. We loved that. That was probably the best one I've done yet. And August Bliss says, remember, poor men cannot create jobs. Higher taxes for the rich equals higher prices and less workers' jobs for less benefits. Yeah, and let me elaborate on that a little bit, because on the left they promote this whole affordable what do they say? Like, oh, we need to raise the minimum wage, fight for 15. You know what the fight for 15 looks like? It looks like a touch screen replacing a worker. That's what it looks like. It looks like a fast track to automation. Not to mention the cost of goods goes up, because when corporations are forced to artificially raise their minimum wage by the government, they pass that cost off to you, the consumer. Not to mention it just makes them automate that much faster, which means jobs are going to get eliminated. Jobs are going to get cut. People's hours are going to get cut. So it's going to have adverse effect. Some would call it unintended consequences, but I think it's by design. The less people that are independent and working for themselves, the more they'll depend on the government, which justifies the salaries of corrupt politicians like Maxine Waters, Nancy Pelosi, sleepy, creepy Joe Biden, and the rest of those frauds in Washington, D.C. Just got to call them what they are. Frauds and liars. These people are fraudsters. They're liars. They're hypocrites. They've been screwing this country over for far too long. And that's why we have President Donald J. Trump. For these trolls watching, what about you treated Obama? What about the way they treated Obama? Man, these people are such hacks. I'm so sick of them. They forget why President Trump was elected, because people were fed up with the political establishment in both parties. This is the first president to not start a war. The war caucus is bipartisan. Both parties support these endless regime change wars. You want to talk about your boy Obama, you little Obama apologist in there, whoever you are that gave us a super chat, Tommy Sotomayor's mom or whatever your goofy name was. Yeah, I'm about to go on a little rant, one of my little famous rants. Let's talk about Barack Hussein Obama and his regime change war. They toppled Gaddafi in Libya. And what did that do? It created a power vacuum in an open air slave trade that's still happening today. President Trump has not started a war. In fact, he's brokering peace. First president in my lifetime to not start a war. Obama, with his stupid individual mandate for Obamacare. They call it the Affordable Care Act. It was not affordable. It was anything but affordable. Goodness gracious. These people, it's always doublespeak. The Affordable Care Act is actually going to be too expensive for you to afford. Right? The war on terror is just going to create more terrorists in the Middle East. The war on poverty is actually going to put more people in poverty. The war on crime creates more criminals. Do you see where I'm going with this? Are you guys noticing the pattern? That's both parties have supported this. They've had this little codependency. They had this little deal worked out. Republicans and Democrats of the past. Welfare for warfare. Screwing this country over. No more. We're ending these regime change wars. We're bringing jobs home with fair trade deals. We got out of that horrible NAFTA. We got out of the stupid Paris Climate Accord. The Iran nuclear deal. These things were damaging to our country. T. Carson says, come on, everybody, smash the like button. I see that these donations are rolling in. Thank you very much. I'm going to try to keep up with them tonight. Look at this crowd. This crowd is incredible, guys. Pretty Eyes 2006 says, we love Trump in California. We hope to turn red in November. Please shout out my kids watching. Kayla and Marcos. Bets for Trump. Recall Newsom 12 more years. All right, Kayla and Marcos, thank you for watching and supporting us. Christy Smith says, Veterans for Trump. God bless you, Christy. God bless everybody watching. We're going to win this fight. God always wins in the end, and we're united as a country, regardless of color, regardless of the Democrats, regardless of their partisan media hacks, liars on television, protecting the world's worst people. Shelly says, thank you, RSBN. Michael and Shelly from Minnesota, love you. Go Trump Nation. Love you too. John D says, keep up the awesome work. Where do I give a thumbs up to beat the YouTube algorithm? So if you close out the chat, if you got the chat open, close the chat. In the top right corner, there's a little X. Hit the X and then hit the thumbs up. Hit the thumbs up. Also, subscribe to RSBN. Subscribe and hit the bell so you get notified. I cannot stress it enough. If you guys want to win the election, which I'm assuming if you're watching this stream, unless you're a weird troll that doesn't have anything better to do, you're watching the stream because you support President Trump. The best way that you can help him win is get voices like ours out there. Get our coverage out there. Share it with your family members. Text people. Put it on Twitter. Put it on Parler. Put it on Facebook. Oh, yeah, and find me on Facebook. They just let me back on yesterday. Support RSBN. Go to our website, rsbnetwork.com/donate. rsbnetwork.com/donate. You can mail us a physical check if you don't want to do the digital thing. 1550 Opelika Road, Suite 6, Box 344, Auburn, Alabama 36830. We got some other super chats here. Benjamin Smith says, thank you, RSBN. Thank you, President Trump. Support our law enforcement. Benjamin Tyler Smith, author of Blue Crucible, ebook available on Amazon. And support this Blue Crucible book on Amazon. Ebook is available. Do it. Thank you, Benjamin. We appreciate you, man. James Asher, thank you for your super chat. We've also got Vincent Nguyen with a super chat. Thank you so much, Vincent. We've got Estacho says, you absolutely right. Obamacare. Oh, he said, you're absolutely right. In Obamacare, my insurance premiums have tripled since Obamacare. Yeah, that Obamacare was garbage, man. I don't know why we keep pretending like he's above reproach because he was our first black president. Can you tell me why he got the Nobel Peace Prize? Knowing damn well, if he did even half of what President Trump did, he would have like 10 Nobel Peace Prizes. I'm so tired of these people being fake, man. All this phony outrage. But you can't be mad about what Joe Biden's doing. You can't be mad about what's on Hunter Biden's laptop. You hate President Trump so much that you don't care about what's on Hunter Biden's laptop. You don't care about Joe Biden laundering your hard-earned taxpayer money. Give me a break. Peter Duckett says the left has become a stale, no-thought groupthink cult. Conservatism has become the new counterculture. Yes, the left is a monolithic machine of destruction. They're in a death spiral right now. Look at their cities. Their cities are trash. Their cities are falling apart. They've taxed the middle class out of existence. People are fleeing states like California. People are coming to states like Florida where our governor lets us breathe fresh air. You know, the simple things in life. Breathing fresh air, running a business, sending your kids to school. You know, kind of like the way things were before this virus took over and we started treating it like the bubonic plague. Let me not go on a tangent on that one. Nothing will get us banned faster than YouTube saying, oh, no, they're spreading COVID misinformation. Donald, thank you for your super chat. Laura, thank you for your super chat. Mike Long says, hello, Mike and RSBN. A fellow Mike here from Birmingham, UK. Just wanted to say you're doing an awesome job compared to the fake news, Trump 2020. The very fake news. They're fake out here, man. We're not fake. We just tell the truth. It's very easy. It's very easy to tell the truth. It's the right thing to do. Tell the truth and shame the devil. Steve Clark, thank you for your super chat. Joe Looper says, again, I challenge everyone to donate to RSBN. You donate to RSBN, I tell you what, you donate to us, and we're going to be able to send 2 correspondents to every single President Trump rally. 2 cameramen. That's probably even more important than 2 correspondents. 2 cameramen. So we can show you the crowd and have someone on stage. Then we can bring you split screen coverage. It's nice and clean. We will run circles around mainstream media. We're going to pull more people away from the dinosaur media establishment that takes big corporation dollars. You know, the dinosaur legacy media on TV that promotes pharma pills in their commercials. They don't care about your health. They don't care about the truth. They don't care about you bringing you information. They care about their own special interests. And it shows in their broadcasting. You got Fox News shifting to the left. Not us. So support RSBN. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm going to scoot over. Our cameraman's showing you guys the crowd here. And I'm working with them here. So let me continue reading these super chats because I'm way behind here. Exactly. Fake outrage, says Joy MC. They have nothing to be mad about, so they make stuff up. Hashtag walk away. No, don't walk away. Run away. Get away from the Democrat Party before you get sucked into their vortex of poverty and despair. They need your life to suck in order for you to vote for them. Like, literally, if you're successful, if you're making your own money, if you're running your own business, why would you vote for Democrats? Like, honestly, it's all about the emotional stuff. They appeal to emotion. That's why all of Joe Biden's ads are about just fear. Fear. And if it was Bernie Sanders, it'd be free stuff. So when their forces combine, it's fear and free stuff. Fear and free stuff. That's the Democrat Party. Which, if we're being honest, they're communists right now. Olivia, thank you for your super chat. Okay, I am so far behind. I got to scroll all the way over. Bear with me here. David Maurer, I think I gave you a shout out. Here we go. Okay. Christine Bats, sorry. Thank you for your super chat. Dana Dinerman said, voted for Hillary last time. Now I'm voting for Trump from a suburban housewife. No, you're not, suburban housewife. Suburban women do not like Trump. The news told me. So maybe you're misinformed, ma'am, but from what I've been told, suburban women do not like President Trump. And that's what the TV told me, man. Just going off what Anderson Cooper said. Wolf Blitzer and all those, people on TV. Michael Fall says, God bless RSB. Great job, Mike and Scott. Thanks for all you are doing for our country. We're going to win this fight together, guys. 14 days stand between us and re-electing President Trump and saving the most free and prosperous nation to ever exist in the history of the world. It is just the truth. That's why people want to come here. I cannot tell you how many immigrants I talk to at these rallies, and they're like, God bless President Trump. God bless the United States of America. I fled communism. I fled persecution. I couldn't worship freely because I lived under totalitarian rule. I was under the boot of the government. That is what the left is implementing here. You look at these blue states. You look at Pennsylvania, where we're at right now, where we can't even probably get dinner tonight because everything shuts down at 10 because of the bubonic plague. They have to close everything at 10 or we're all going to die from the virus. It's all political. Locking everything down. There's no science behind it. It's just a bunch of nonsense. It's a bunch of malarkey, as Sleepy Joe would say. A bunch of malarkey. But these states, man, look at how these states are run. Look at California. Look at New York. One of the first things that happens in totalitarian regimes is they start cracking down on religious liberty. They start cracking down on freedom of speech. They make all these speech laws. And then they attack your right to keep and bear arms. It's happening here. It's happening in these blue states. And these immigrants that come here, when I talk to them, they say all that. They say, we're not happy where we were. They weren't happy where they were. So they're like, we came over here to the United States, and now they're trying to take away what we came here to flee. People come here seeking a better life, and the left wants to say, no. You need welfare. You need the state to take care of you. We need you to accept the state as your Lord and Savior. You need to worship the holy shrine of the federal government. And that's why you got even 50 Cent saying no way to those tax plans. Joe Biden's radical socialist tax reform. All right, here we go. Stigma Shooter says Biden's drunk in his basement yelling at Hunter with one boxing glove on. Hashtag woke blacks for Trump. That was great. Oh, man. You guys are a riot. Danny Elkin says, God bless President Trump and the First Lady. God watch over the employees of Right Side Broadcasting while they travel to cover these rallies. From Coal Country, thank you, Danny and Judy K. Elkins, Logan, West Virginia. God bless you, Danny. We appreciate you. Terrence Hazel says, RSBN should get a Subscribe Star account. It's a free speech version of Patreon. People can donate monthly to you. Support tech companies with your values. You hear that, Joe, in the studio? We need to get a Subscribe Star, apparently. Dong Vilo says, keep it up, you guys. Oh, keep it up, youngins. XO says, Trump is the only president that is doing anything about the real pandemic of human sex trafficking. As a survivor, thank you, Trump, 4 more years. Hey, big facts right there. Slippery Rock says, God bless America. Thank you, RSBN. And wow, they're coming in fast. Stacey M says, what box do they put biracial people in? The left? I'm not really sure. I'm not really sure what box they put them in. It's very interesting. You know, they shift things day to day, just like they shift definitions in the dictionary. They will shift everything to fit their political agenda. It's quite pathetic that they can't just win for being smarter, being more authentic, and providing more real solutions to people. They have to pout and cry and abolish the Electoral College when they lose elections. And when something doesn't fit their narrative, they just call over to Webster Dictionary and say, hey, will you change this definition to make it racist? And then they just run with it in the press. So I don't know what they're doing to box in or to categorize interracial people. I'm guessing that's like a nuclear meltdown for the leftist mind, because it's like, is that biracial person half privileged or half oppressed? I really don't know. Kenneth Nichols, thank you for your super chat. Vinny Monday says, we don't vandalize Biden supporters like they did when they burned down 2 separate haystacks that had Trump signs on them. Oh yeah, in the mobile home they burned down also. Thank you, RSB, for covering the Trump rallies. Jeet says, big tech censorship, shadow ban, limiting search results, downgrading tweets, bypass censorship, threat to global free speech. I mean, it's so crazy. You go to Google and they're literally curating search results. I'll never forget this. A couple years ago, and I think they changed it since because I shined a big light on it at the time. But back in the day, a couple years ago, if you searched Google and you typed in illegal alien crime report, if you typed in illegal alien crime report, the first search result was from the New York Times, and it was an article that stated, the headline was, "The Myth of the Criminal Immigrant." You can't make this stuff up. If that's not curating your news and controlling the information highway, shaping your perception of the world, I don't know what is. We just got to put a stop to it. That's all I can say. Anita says, go Trump, love RSBN. We're about 12 minutes away from President Trump's arrival. President Trump will be arriving here in Erie, Pennsylvania. We got 71,000 people watching, and we are at 658,000 subscribers. Can we get to 660 subscribers? 660,000? Excuse me. 660,000 subscribers tonight. 72,000 watching. 30,000 likes. I need everybody watching to give us a thumbs up. Support independent media. Give us a thumbs up. Like this stream, share it, subscribe to RSBN, hit the bell notifications, follow us on Twitter at RSB Network. Support us financially at our website, rsbnetwork.com/donate. Follow us on Twitter, follow us on Instagram. We just hit 25,000 followers on Instagram. We post little short video clips. We post pictures that we take with fans. It's really cool what we're doing over there at Instagram. Support us on other platforms too. All right, 72,000 now. Perfect. Make sure you give this a thumbs up, guys. Ladies and gentlemen, we're just 10 minutes away from President Trump's arrival here in Erie, Pennsylvania, a state where he won about 44,000 more votes than Crooked H did in 2016. It's going to be down to the wire. We cannot be complacent and just assume that President Trump has just got it in the bag. Stop assuming that. Get out there and vote. Vote early. If you're waiting for election day, don't. Vote right now. If you have early voting in your state, go vote right now. There's no reason to wait. You don't know what's going to happen on election day. 2020 has been a crazy year. Do you really think you can predict what's going to happen in 14 days? You really think you're going to be able to? I'm not trying to fearmonger. I'm just saying, you don't know what you don't know. If you're able to vote right now, you should just do it. Get that momentum out there. Go vote right now. As soon as I get home in a couple days, I'm going to vote. All right, we got some super chats. I'm going to stay caught up here. We got a new member, David Cervantes. Thank you, David. Oh, wow. Eric Beamer, thank you. Eric says, thumbs up, RSBN. Pete says, I spent all my life in California. I brought my ideology to Texas. Red across the board. Trump, God bless America. RSBN and God bless. Wait. Yeah, God bless Trump, God bless America, God bless RSBN. Yes, I'm glad that you brought your ideology. We need the ideology to spread. Unfortunately, what we've had is a lot of people flee California because of the oppressive taxes and because nobody can afford to live there other than tech giants and Hollywood scum. Nobody can really afford to live there anymore. But a lot of people don't realize that it's the policies that are why they're fleeing. They just assume it's high taxes. So what they do is they go to places like Texas and then they vote blue. And I see that's like political arson. I imagine some people are doing it on purpose. They're probably relocating so they can change the demographics in the way that the states vote. So make sure that if you're moving from a from a blue state to a red state, register as a Republican on your way in and vote red down ballot. It's not a game, ladies and gentlemen. Either President Trump wins or we lose the country. This is for all the marbles. RSBN probably won't be here if Joe Biden gets elected. That's one of the very first things they're going to do is crack down on independent voices, dissenting points of view. They don't want it. They want monolithic rule. It's just like communist China. No opposition party over there. If they do, it's a very controlled opposition. Did you know that when the Bolshevik Revolution happened, they had a two-party system? The Mensheviks were just controlled opposition. And the Republican establishment here in the United States for the past several decades has just been controlled opposition. Have you noticed that no matter who is in power, the country still moves left? Why is that? It wasn't until President Trump that the pendulum started swinging back in the other direction. Something to keep in mind. We cannot leave anything to chance. We cannot get complacent. Get out there and vote. Support RSBN, independent media. The only media company that's going to show you the crowd, show you the speech start to finish. We have guest correspondents like Scott Pressler. We have Brick Suit on. We've had Diamond and Silk on in the past. We have, if we're lucky, maybe we can get one of the Trump kids to come. If we can get one of the Trump kids to come and guest correspond with us, that'd be great. All right, guys, we're just about 10 minutes away from President Trump's arrival here. Jumping back on camera, but sorry, guys, you're going to be looking at my hat a little bit because I want to give shout outs to all the people that are donating to us and supporting us right now. Independent media. We're trying to get out to, we're going to be in Gastonia, North Carolina tomorrow, but next week there's probably going to be 2 to 3 rallies per day. So, Scott, we're just a few minutes away. What are your thoughts?
I mean, we are packed here, right? And I was just in Johnstown a week ago. It was not this cold. I mean, you see me, look, I am bundled up, even with all this hair, heavy-duty scarf. But these people that are going to wait in this cold temperature, let me tell you, they are voting. And Erie County is going to decide this election in November. So if the Democrats are watching this right now, again, they're hitting that panic button going, wow, Joe Biden is putting a lid on his campaign activities or lack thereof, while Donald Trump is talking directly to you, the voter, while Donald Trump is engaging with thousands of voters. So the testament is going to be this November. Are these thousands of voters going to push Donald Trump over the edge? But let's talk about Florida for a little bit, because I know that Florida is kind of the topic of discussion. Now, Democrats have been doing very well in mail-in votes in Florida. What I've read is Democrats needed to get a 650,000 vote advantage in order to remain competitive. And right now, the Democrats are not hitting that 650,000 magic sweet spot. And on the first day of in-person voting, Republicans outvoted Democrats in Florida. Again, Republicans have outvoted Democrats, even despite many Republican districts which haven't started in-person early voting in Florida. And we're even doing well in Miami-Dade, which is kind of weird because Miami-Dade, Broward County, those are super democratically majority counties in Florida, and Republicans are turning out the vote. So I think that we're going to see, if these numbers continue, it will be mathematically impossible for Democrats to outperform Republicans, meaning that Florida could very well be locked in for Donald Trump even prior to Election Day. If Democrats don't get those in person, if Democrats don't get those mail-in ballots, I think we may see people call the election for Donald Trump in Florida even prior to Election Day. But don't take that as you can be complacent. Don't take that as you can't work as hard as we should be right now. vote in person early, send in those mail-in ballots, continue to knock on doors, especially in those swing districts. You've got Anna Paulina running for Congress against Charlie Crist. This is a district we can flip strategically from blue to red. I hear that Bernie Sanders is now going to Pennsylvania. You heard me correctly. The Democrats are petrified that Donald Trump is going to win Pennsylvania, and now they're pulling out all the stops to send Bernie Sanders. Well, for those of you who are watching, remember, Bernie Sanders agrees with Donald Trump on renegotiating NAFTA. Bernie Sanders agrees with Donald Trump on stopping the Trans-Pacific Partnership, which Hillary Clinton called the gold standard. Remember that Democrats, if they regain power, they are going to reward China. They are going to reward other countries and sell out your jobs, sell out your livelihoods like they have. Donald Trump, on day 3 of becoming president, stopped the Trans-Pacific Partnership. I want to repeat that to you. He made a campaign promise, and on day 3 of becoming president, stopped TPP. So for those Bernie Sanders supporters that are tired of having rigged elections where the Democrats pick winners and losers and sell out your vote, sell out your vote to the highest bidder, then it's time. You have an opportunity. Turn your back on the establishment. Turn your back on the status quo. Turn your back on the Democrats that took away your votes and vote for President Donald Trump. You see, I've done some more reading, and it looks like Democrats are putting the majority of their buyerships in Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Ohio, Nevada, Florida, North Carolina, Georgia. You know what that tells me? That tells me that the Democrats are having to play on defense, not offense. Because if this were a blowout election, the Democrats would not be going to Pennsylvania. They would be going to Kansas. They would be going to Texas. They would be going to traditionally Republican states. The fact that they're pulling out of Ohio, they're pulling out of Iowa, they're going to Florida, that tells me the Democrats are nervous, and they should be, because we the people are speaking. We're not only speaking here at rallies in Erie, Pennsylvania in this cold weather, but we are speaking with our votes. And again, we're doing really well in mail-in votes in not only Michigan, but also Wisconsin. The Democrat playbook is they need to have a very strong mail-in vote advantage going into Election Day. And if Democrats do not have a strong mail-in vote by Election Day, they will lose the election. And the fact that we are winning in Michigan, we are winning in Wisconsin prior to Election Day points in the direction that Donald Trump is going to be a very happy man on Tuesday, November 3rd, 2020. Continue to vote. Continue to knock on doors. Continue to make phone calls. Continue to text everyone you know and get them out to vote. Play like we are behind. Play like we are losing. Remember that Hillary Clinton was confident too. And the Democrats said that she had an over 90% chance of winning the election. Play like we are going to lose, and that will be our playbook going forward into November. Now we're marching on to about 7 p.m. right now. As you can see, this is a packed house. Donald Trump will be arriving any minute, and the people are just excited for him in Pennsylvania in this narrowly won county in 2016. Red hats everywhere. Women, you see our fans pointing to us. I caught it. I caught that kiss. The women love Donald Trump. You always talk about those suburban voters. You talk about those suburban voters that are supposedly turning to Joe Biden and away from Donald Trump. And actually, I want to thank the Democrats. because the Democrats turning on our police, the Democrats wanting to defund our police, the Democrats putting a target on the heads of our men and women in blue has actually backfired on the Democrats. And we're seeing suburban women, suburban homeowners, they are coming back to the Republican Party because they want law and order. They want justice. They want peace. They don't want to have to worry about Black Lives Matter protesters burning down their cities like they did in Kenosha, Wisconsin. I visited Kenosha, Wisconsin. I saw how the Democrats destroyed businesses, burned down a black beauty salon. And answer me this, how does it help the black community when you burn down a black beauty salon? How does that show Black Lives Matter? And the answer is it doesn't. If you believe Black Lives Matter, then you wouldn't support Planned Parenthood. If you believe Black Lives Matter, then you wouldn't burn down black businesses. If you believe Black Lives Matter, then you wouldn't support Joe Biden that wrote the 1994 crime bill that locked up black fathers, separating them from their children, taking them away from their families. If you believe Black Lives Matter, then you should vote for President Donald J. Trump. Because we put the black community first with historically black community colleges and universities. President Trump secured funding for 10 years for the black community. President Trump is supporting school choice. Why do the Democrats not support school choice? Why do the Democrats not want the black community to have our best and brightest students, our best and brightest opportunity to have education? Because people don't understand the best way to get out of poverty is education and a job. That is how you fight poverty. That is how you make America rise together. So again, if you believe Black Lives Matter like I do, then vote for President Donald Trump. It's time for change. It's time to take a chance. It's time to rebuild America, not burn it down. Now, Mike, what are your thoughts moving forward? Especially, let's say that the Democrats do lose this election and it's historic and Republicans keep the Senate, we take the House, and we re-elect Donald Trump. What are your thoughts on the Democrat Party and how they move forward? What would you like to see from them?
Well, that's a tough question because in a perfect world, there would be no Democrat Party, but I also understand that there will never be a utopian society where everybody gets along singing Kumbaya. The left, coincidentally, they're the ones that preach that message that we can all just live in happy harmony. There's always going to be an opposition party and there should be competing ideas. I think that there needs to be some reflection, some real reflection. At least go back to the Blue Dog Democrat days. Go back to the JFK Democrats. Go back to the liberal ideology as opposed to the neo-Marxist ideology that is so pervasive in today's Democrat Party, because they're not truly Democrats. They're actual communists, like literal communists. Like, we've never seen anything like this where they're against law and order. They don't believe in borders. They don't believe in the Constitution. Liberals of the past used to believe in the First Amendment. They used to believe in the Second Amendment. The classical liberal, maybe like the Bill Maher. I don't like Bill Maher, but
so you'd
a
like
classic
to see
liberal.
the Democrat Party then take more of a centrist tone, or at least move over back to the center, not far left, not Marxist, not communist, not socialist.
I think it needs to be something. Now I'm really thinking about it. I think it needs to be something totally different. They need to reflect. They need to acknowledge their history. They're always talking about slavery and Jim Crow and all of the wrongs of the past against black people. It was them. It's always been them. They've literally, in the most literal sense, the Democrat Party has always been on the wrong side of history. Slavery, Jim Crow, opposing segregation, opposing busing, Joe Biden. When the South was at peak racism, it was blue. The less racist the South became, the more it voted Republican. But they tell you the party switched. There's no evidence of a party switch when Democrats today in 2020 still judge people by the color of their skin. There has been no party switch. That is a fact. No liberal on the planet can dispute that fact. They still believe in treating people by the color of their skin. So to answer your question, abolish the Democrat Party. Start a new party. Reform your party. Become something else. But no more Democrat Party. End it.
So you heard it here first. Mike is saying not to abolish ICE, but to abolish the Democrat Party instead.
Abolish the Democrat Party. Get them out of here. The most racist people on the face of the earth support the Democrat Party. They're identitarians. They believe in race-based policy. They believe in race-based parties. Diddy with his Our Black Party. But then if someone said, let's have an all-white party, then they're like, you're a racist. They have insane double standards. They're hypocrites. They don't support the black, like you said, nothing says Black Lives Matter like burning down black businesses and killing black people. That's literally happened. Over 24 black people killed in the George Floyd riots. I mean, if Black Lives Matter, I can't tell. I mean, the worst people, the most racist people I have met in my entire life, all don't like me wearing this hat. I have not met any racist Trump supporters. That's not to say that there aren't. They're just identitarians. They're whack jobs. They're weird. They're fringe. But on the left, it is pervasive. It is central to their platform that we have to have black this. They're promoting segregated schools. In the year 2020, the Democrat Party is promoting segregated schools. The parties never switched. They need to abolish those parties, and that's just that. And that's all I can really say about it. You really got me worked up on that one.
Good.
Abolish the donkey party. Let's reelect President Trump. Let's abolish the donkey party. Let's send these criminal, corrupt career politicians packing. Maxine Waters needs to be voted the hell out. Yes. Nancy Pelosi eating her expensive ice cream, going into salons with no masks on while she shuts down her district, while she promotes a mask mandate. These people are just disgusting. Who can disagree with that? I know there's a lot of media people over here looking at me. I would love for anybody to step in and tell me how Joe Biden makes sense for this country right now. That dude is a puppet, and he doesn't even know that he's running for the president. He said just last week that he's running for Senate, and you got liberals looking the other way like, I'm still going to vote for Joe. He's going to win in a landslide. I'm like, he just told black people if they don't vote for him, you ain't black. But then all these liberals, these sanctimonious liberals, patting themselves on the back like, we love black people. We have Black Lives Matter signs in our front yard. Also, we're going to ignore every racist thing that Joe Biden just said in the last 6 months. Poor kids are just as smart as white kids. Unlike the black community, the Hispanic community is incredibly diverse. He said that like 3 weeks ago. I posted on Instagram, and my friends on the left are like, nothing to see here. But President Trump, he lied about this. He tweeted that. These people are fake, man. You have to call it out and expose it. And that's where we are in today's politics. I could not be here on this platform if not for the fraudsters out there in the media, the fraudster politicians, the liars, the deceivers. Without them, there would be no us, because we are the opposition to them. And the truth wins. The truth always wins. The truth will always prevail. And when you dim the light of truth, then darkness is pervasive. And that's what they're trying to do. That's why they're cracking down on voices like ours, which again is why you need to support Right Side Broadcasting. Go to rsbnetwork.com/donate. You'll keep us on the podium with the press, or not on the podium, you'll keep us on the risers with the rest of the press, wearing MAGA hats, supporting the president, showing the crowd, showing his speech start to finish. You have to support us. Go to rsbnetwork.com. We're in Gastonia, North Carolina tomorrow. And then after the debate, President Trump will be announcing more rallies. We assume it'll be a lot. It costs money to fly people out, rent cars, get hotel rooms. We got to pay for food. We got to get equipment. We just hired a new cameraman. We got guest correspondents. Your donations go a long way to keeping this media company alive. The Fox News of the past is now moving to the left. Got Donna Brazile on there. Won't let Newt Gingrich tell the truth about George Soros funding all these prosecutors in these left-wing areas that are letting Antifa run roughshod over your neighborhoods. And BLM, we call it out, we expose it. Fox News won't do it. We'll do it right here, because we don't take big donor dollars. Rupert Murdoch can't tell me what to say. So support RSBN. Go to rsbnetwork.com/donate. You can mail a check to our physical address, 1550 Opelika Road, Suite 6, Box 344, Auburn, Alabama, 36830. And of course, you can donate on YouTube, but just be aware that they take 30% of your super chat money. Rant over.
And so how about some of those super chats? What are our viewers saying? Are there any comments that are kind of sticking out to you as we continue to wait for Donald Trump to come join us? Let's see what people are saying. So over here, we have somebody who says draft dodger, Trump is a con.
It's Tommy Sotomayor's mother. You are a goofy person. Thank you for your money, but you're just weird. Take all of that hate and go love yourself. And while you're at it, take all of that hate energy, all your weird energy, go support Joe Biden. Get back on that plantation, the Democrat plantation. We all know you're going to vote for Joe Biden, even though he said all that racist stuff.
Oh, well, I have something to say.
Oh, yeah, say something.
I have a message, but I'm going to do it lovingly. You know what I love about President Trump? Well, number one, I am the son of a retired Navy captain who my father did vote for President Donald Trump. And I know that he did because I voted with him in person and early with my mom, who is a loving military spouse. And I want you to know that President Trump has helped to reform the VA. And while Joe Biden and Barack Obama watched as many of our military members died from lack of proper health care, President Trump is reforming VA health care. And President Trump is making it so that we can fire incompetent VA leaders who are not doing their jobs. President Trump is treating our government finally like a business, where if you are not doing your job, then you get the heck out and let somebody else who will do it and who will do it right and who will put our veterans who have sacrificed and given everything for us so that we can have the platform to speak freely to you, that they should be treated properly. And I have another thing to say, because you have called our president a con. You know who is a con? Joe Biden, who has conned the American people for 47 years. Our president Donald Trump has done more in 47 months. In fact, he's done more in 47 days and 47 hours than Joe Biden has done in 47 years of feckless leadership. And I have something else to say. Let's talk about this for a second. Because Joe Biden came into power as vice president in 2009 with a super majority Democrat leadership. They had the White House, they had the House, and they had the Senate. If prison reform was such a priority, then why didn't you, Joe Biden, help the black community and help prison reform in 2009 with full Democrat leadership? Why did you fail to take action, Joe Biden? Why did you fail to do the job that a Republican president had to do for you? Why did it take a Republican president to give us the First Step Act, giving people a second chance at life? The fact of the matter is the only con is Joe Biden and the Democrats that tell you one thing and never fulfill their accomplishments, never fulfill their promises. Meanwhile, President Trump renegotiated NAFTA, took away the TPP, has been tough on China, bringing back jobs from China to Michigan, cut the corporate tax, making America competitive again, has funded the VA, has reformed the VA, is securing the border, is supporting our police, is cutting our taxes, is giving us natural gas and making sure that we are not dependent on Russia for oil, but we are securing our own oil reserves. The fact of the matter is the greatest con on the American people has been always the Democrat Party.
Again, I'm going to say it again. Abolish the donkey party. Nobody supports them. Their policies absolutely suck. Any city that they run it into the ground. They measure success by failure. They need minorities poor, independent, and uneducated, just like in the slave times. They didn't want you reading. They didn't want you they're handing out scraps. They want people dependent on the government. They will not be satisfied until every American citizen is a ward of the state. Yes. And that's why you got Ice Cube recognizing it. You got 50 Cent recognizing it. Kanye West recognizing it. Right? But on the left, what do they got? They got billionaire Oprah telling you how oppressed she is. Shut up, Oprah. Same thing with Michelle Obama. We're tired of these people. These people, Kaepernick, these people are liars. The richest black people on planet Earth live right here in the United States of America. Changed my mind. Tommy Sotomayor, or whoever you are watching. I know that's not the real Tony. I know, I'm just dropping facts over here. And I know it's not the real Tommy Sotomayor. That's a troll that has Trump derangement syndrome. Like extreme Trump derangement syndrome to the point where you are watching a pro-Trump network and donating money. I mean, who does that? I mean, we appreciate every dollar. We appreciate that you're watching because you're obviously getting something out of it. You're getting your messages read. So how about this? Give us some more donations. What else you got for us? And we'll just continue roasting you. Give us your donations because all you're doing is sending me to the next event where I'm going to roast the next troll. You're not the first troll to give us a donation while sending something that doesn't really make any sense. We're just going to continue lighting you up. And the black community is waking up. We are awake. We are awake. We've caught on. We see what the Democrats have not done except for run our communities into the dirt. They love us dirt poor. They like our babies aborted. They like our houses to be government run. They love state-sanctioned programs that suck and don't improve the qualities of people's lives. They support these Black Lives Matter movements. Black Lives Matter has the opposite effect, just like what I was saying with the Affordable Care Act. It's not affordable. Somebody said in the chat, before I forget, somebody said, Mike, what's your Twitter handle? MikeNificent813. Find me on YouTube. Find me on Facebook. I'm back on Facebook. Search Mike Nificent. Anywhere on social media, I should pop right up. If it doesn't pop up under Mike Nificent, it's under Mike Nificent 813. We've got 103,000 people watching right now.
Wow.
I need all of you to give us a like. Give this stream a thumbs up. We only have 38,000 likes. I don't know why people won't do it. Give us a thumbs up. Subscribe to RSBN. Hit the bell notification so you will get notified every time President Trump goes live, every time he has a rally. We do everything. We do White House press briefings. We do all the things President Trump. We even branch out and do other stuff. We were outside of Walter Reed Hospital, and we had thousands of people watching live there. It's making a difference. Somebody yelling back there? Somebody's yelling. I don't know what's going on. The crowd's getting angsty out there. President Trump was supposed to be here at 7. We're 20 minutes behind schedule, but people, we're just going to wait it out. But support RSB Network, man. I cannot stress it enough. We've got 14 days until the most important election of our lifetime. If Joe Biden wins, you're not going to recognize this country. And we might not be here as a media company because they're going to crack down. Look what they're doing just with the little bit that they've done on Twitter as it relates to Hunter Biden's laptop. Locking the New York Post, locking them out of their Twitter account, suspending Kayleigh McEnany. It's crazy stuff. Imagine what they're going to do. Charlie Kirk, they're going to be emboldened. And what have Republicans done? What have they done? They got to do more. We need to repeal Section 230. Jim Jordan needs to stop taking money from Google and get something done. And then there's, I'll just say the name, Jeffrey Toobin, and you guys know what's going on there. It's a backwards, upside down, inverted reality that they've created over there on the left. They want you to think that violence is actually speech, but speech is violence and silence is violence. And we're going to change dictionary definitions because we don't like Amy Coney Barrett. We're going to have a women's march, protest a woman getting nominated to the Supreme Court, but also we love women. We love Black Lives Matter. We think Black Lives Matter, but also we're going to destroy black businesses and kill black people and abort their babies. It makes no sense. But yes, support us at RSBN. Support Scott Presler. Go to The Persistence on Twitter. And these super chats, man, I cannot keep up with them tonight.
What are they saying?
They're saying all the things. Matthew Jones says, say hi to Matthew and sister Isabel in England. God bless you. Hi, Isabel. Enrique just gave a super chat, but he didn't leave anything. Led Zepp says, Scott and Mike, you guys are outstanding. MAGA. Also, let's see what else we got. Trevor says, thank you for speaking the truth. The Dems need to go forever. They just need a new party. They just need a new party. They got to call something else. Because for one, they need to acknowledge their history. They owned slaves. They opposed civil rights. They were the ones that enforced Jim Crow laws. Those people have always been on the wrong side of history. They shouted at Ruby Bridges when the Republican president, Dwight Eisenhower, desegregated the schools. They're the ones that have modern day brown shirts, Antifa, as their military enforcement arm. They're the ones burning down cities. Portland sucks. There's no Republican to blame for Portland. There's no Republican to blame for Chicago. Who are you going to blame for what's going on in California? You're going to blame Republicans and climate change and Orange Man bad because of the wildfires? These people are just... I'm running out of words to describe how dishonest and wicked they are. Fritz says, thank you, RSB Network. Help keep the Trump train rolling while they protect their little Joe Biden, sleepy Joe Biden, running for Senate. Proud Democrat for the Senate. Katrina Byram, thank you for your super chat. I literally can't keep up. I got to scroll way over here. Look at that. Okay, here we go. I can't really pronounce his name. It says, the momentum is here. My favorite quote is from General George Patton. This is where we hold them by the nose and kick them in the butt. Stand tall, friends. We can do this. We've got 14 days, guys. 14 days. The media looks bored up here. We're the only ones with energy. We're the only ones that are showing you. We got the dragon energy up here. We got the energy of God. We got the energy of unity, love, truth, light. We got all of those things up here, guys. Everybody else is just waiting for him to arrive. We're just going to keep talking. We're just going to keep this rolling. That's right. I'm going to read through some of these super chats.
Okay, what are these super chats saying?
They're saying, let's see. Thank you. This helps a lot because now I can use both hands.
This way he can read and do it.
Yes. Casey Campbell says, here's to RSBN becoming a global news network that we will always be able to turn to for the truth.
Yes, and that's one thing that I want to make a distinction on is, look, I'm here for two reasons. I want truth and justice. And I don't care if you're a Republican or a Democrat and you've done something wrong. I want all the Republicans that don't stand for truth and justice out. Just like I want all of the Democrats that don't stand for truth and justice out. I don't give respect to John Kasich. I don't give respect to Jeff Flake. I don't give respect to Mitt Romney. I give respect to those Republicans that are supporting our president, who is fighting for us. Anyone that is fighting against our president is fighting against you and me. They are fighting against our freedoms. They are fighting against our right to live our lives as we choose, so long as we don't do harm to anyone else. That is the golden rule. You see, the difference between Democrats and Republicans is Democrats want to tell you what you can and cannot do, how to live your life. Republicans want you to have the freedom to live your life as you choose, so long as you don't do harm to anyone else. And that's why I support Donald Trump, and that's why I support the Republican Party and truth and justice.
Amen. Yeah, both parties really need reform. Like I said, abolish the Democrat Party. The Republican Party needs an infusion of youth. We need a new leader, Senate Majority Leader.
Us run for office one day.
People like us, but not us. I think I belong right here. I think I found my home. I think I found my home right here in the press. I don't want to have to. I don't know. I just don't want to have to deal with it. After seeing what Republicans have to go through, I don't want to do it at all.
But
and
what a sad state of affairs, though, that good people who should be running for office, who are statesmen, are turned off by running for office because of the nature of politics. What a sad state of affairs.
It's very sad. It's very sad. And then on the other side, man, the virtue signaling, the holier than thou, I'm better than you complex, while they're getting caught in these scams. Katie Hill, that guy from CNN that just got caught yesterday. I'm not going to say anything else about it. Andrew Gillum, caught with his pants down. They're accusing Republicans of what they're guilty of 100% of the time. President Trump got impeached for Joe Biden's crimes. Everything. They said he colluded with Russia. Hillary colluded with Russia. I think President Trump is near.
I think those bright
We're getting called. Oh, there he is. There she blows. Stand back. There we go. President Trump has arrived, ladies and gentlemen. Now, I know that there's complainers no matter what we do here. There's some of y'all in the chat like, why didn't you get the plane landing? Well, obviously, we weren't able to do it. We're not able to do all these things. For those of you that do support us, for those of you, I'm distracted by this guy that keeps shouting stuff out. We appreciate everybody that supports us through the growing pains. Sometimes we have technical difficulties, but we do our best every single time to show you Air Force One as it arrives and show you President Trump as he exits, walks up to the podium. We're going to show you the speech start to finish. You can guarantee that. Let me get out of the camera's way here, since that's going to be where President Trump comes in at. I don't know if we'll be able to get a clean shot of him as he walks up to the podium. Well, like, because the plane, unless it turns around, I mean, it's very possible Air Force One does turn around and parks behind the bleachers there. But whatever happens, you're going to see it live right here, as we have 107,000 people watching here. I want to tell all of you, if this is your first time here, you need to do a couple things. If you like what you see, if you like what you've heard so far, first things first, subscribe to Right Side Broadcasting Network. Just do it. Just do it. If you want to save the country, you need to support independent media that's going to bring you President Trump's rally start to finish, uninterrupted, with no spin, no narrative, just the speech. We're going to show you the crowd size. If we have the opportunity, we didn't today, we interview President Trump supporters from all walks of life, black, white, Puerto Rican, candy stripe, everybody. Subscribe to Right Side Broadcasting. Hit the bell notification. Share this live stream with your friends and family. Get it on Facebook. Get it on Twitter. Share it on Parler. Send it in a text message. Email it to somebody. But get the truth out there. Look how the media is carrying water, protecting this man. They are protecting this corrupt man who's been in politics 50 years, does not know which office he's running for. Calls people lying dog-faced pony soldiers. Are you kidding me? And he's not campaigning. He's in his basement. He called a lid. And they're trying to gaslight you, insult your intelligence, telling you it's over for President Trump. He won't concede the election. Remember what I say, guys? It's always projection with these people. They accuse you of what they're doing. They say President Trump won't accept the results of an election. We're still waiting on Hillary to concede 2016. Stacey Abrams, to this day, has not conceded her gubernatorial race in Georgia. It's them. Just saying. So support RSBN, because we're gonna continue this fight. Go to our website, rsbnetwork.com/donate. That is how you will send multiple cameramen, multiple correspondents, guest correspondents to all of President Trump's events. You can mail checks to our physical address, 1550 Opelika Road, Suite 6, Box 344, Auburn, Alabama, 36830. And I suppose you can give us super chats. We appreciate the super chats. YouTube takes 30%, but we still appreciate it. I mean, we even got trolls in here. Trolls with Trump derangement syndrome giving us super chats. In an indirect way, they're supporting us. Thank you, everybody, for watching us, tuning in. Follow us on Twitter. Go to RSB Network on Twitter. Go to RSB Network on the gram. We're on all the social media platforms. My name, Mike-nificent. Find me on YouTube. Find me on Parler. Find me on BitChute. Find me on Instagram. And find me on Facebook. I'm back on there. Search Mike-nificent 813 and I should pop right up. Support independent media and independent content creators like myself. I go on rants every once in a while on my channel. It's been a while since I've done it because I've been up here, because it's bigger than me. This isn't about me. This is about us. This is about preserving freedom and prosperity and liberty. We have to remain the beacon of hope that we've been for the world for centuries. People from all corners of this earth come to the United States of America because of our freedoms. Freedom is our birthright. It was given to us by God. And only a corrupt politician can take it away from you, but not without your consent. The last thing they want is a free and prosperous sovereign nation full of free and prosperous sovereign thinking individuals. They want this monolithic communist voting bloc that just walks around like little wind-up dolls, upset at everything, destroying cities, mad at the world. The most happiest people in this world are successful. Success brings us together. Success breeds happiness. You know, President Trump's rallies are full of loving, hardworking Americans. This isn't sweaty Walmart deplorables or whatever they said. These people on the left, man, I'm telling you, all the disparaging comments, all this stuff, this is what inspired me to put on the Make America Great Again hat. And to wear it on stage, to wear it up here on the risers with the media, because I want to separate us from the media, the liars. I'll never forget, it was my second or third rally, and we were in Freeland, Michigan. Here comes President Trump. Here comes Air Force One. They must have did a couple laps over there. Anyway, I was in Freeland, Michigan, and we were standing outside for preset, and these Trump supporters walked by, and they're like, "You better treat our president fairly." I was just in regular street clothes, and I thought to myself, I'm like, it doesn't feel good to be lumped in with liars and people who have disparaged the president and who have disparaged Trump supporters, called them deplorables and dregs of society. I said, what can I do to separate our network from the rest? I got to make a bold statement, because this is for all the marbles. Everything's on the line here. So I decided to wear the MAGA hat on stage, or on the risers. I keep calling it a stage because it feels like a stage. That's what I do. And so it feels like the right thing to do. Oh, here's a super chat from DD Righteous. The best RSBN voted today, red all the way, Trump 2020. I see we got 114,000 watching right now. Give us a like. Subscribe to RSBN so you don't miss a President Trump rally, and support us so that we can go to all of these rallies. 14 days into the most important election you're ever going to vote in. We're going to win this fight together because we're united as a country. We're not going to play identity politics. We're going to reelect this man, Donald J. Trump. Look at these cell phones. Look at the cell phones. Look at every single person has their cell phone up right now. Every single person in the crowd has their cell phone out right now. It's a wonder to see. You love to see it. Make America great again. Everybody living here should want this country to be great. The media politicized it. They said it's, bring back slavery and white supremacy. It's like Bill Clinton said make America great again, and so did Ronald Reagan. I don't recall this Fox phony outrage then, so how about we not? But seriously though, the nicest people I've met all support the president, and the most hateful, vitriolic people I've met, racist people I've met, hate him. How you can't make sense of that. The truth is stranger than fiction, isn't it, guys? Tired of these liars, man. These liars and these hypocrites. Esther, thank you for your super chat. Dana, thank you for your super chat. Laura Beck, thank you for becoming a member. Annette Teasel said, Mike, can you and Scott co-host a Trump after party on November 4th? You guys are killing it tonight. I'm not quite sure on that. It would be nice if we can, but I have no idea if we'll be able to or not. Matt W says, Biden crime family. It is, guys, it is historically quiet up here on the risers. We're the only ones up here talking. We're the only ones that have had enthusiasm this whole day. Luis Torres says, Florida, Puerto Ricans for Trump. We love your message. God bless you guys. Trump in the United States of America. For the Floridians watching, subscribe to Paint the Trump. Paint the Trump on YouTube. Paint the Trump is a talented artist who organizes flag waves along with Operation Flag Drop, Volusia County, Florida. That is a critical area of the state. That is the biggest fish in the 2020 election. The biggest fish, 29 electoral votes in the state of Florida. And Paint the Trump, along with all of those patriots there in Central Florida, are getting it done. That whole middle part of the state, which is up for grabs, they have an equal amount of registered Democrats as they do Republicans, but you can hardly tell. There's hardly any Biden sides. They showed up to a Kamala Harris event just yesterday or the day before, and they drowned them out. They didn't have any Kamala Harris supporters out there. Because those people don't really support them, man. They just hate President Trump. Moving along with the super chats. Henna Blues, I think I said that right. Thank you for what you are doing, and go Trump America, land of the free and home of the brave. We got to keep it that way. No more silent majority. No more silent majority. Unsilent majority. Combined with Blexit, combined with Jewish people that exit the Democrat Party, Latinos, the Walk Away campaign. Everybody. CR Bus says, Mike, POTUS has the hottest dance moves in the nation. Yeah, go find me on Facebook. And dang, it's so quiet in here. Oh, that's a song. I thought they were saying please, like they were about to introduce the president. That caught me off guard. Go to my Facebook page and see the video of President Trump dancing to 50 Cent. President Trump just endorsed by 50 Cent. And what? Lo and behold, surprise, surprise, racist white liberals on Twitter calling him Uncle Tom and Coon and all these names. I'm telling you, man, these people. Remember, guys, the new definition of Uncle Tom is successful, intelligent, educated black person. That is the definition of Uncle Tom. If you get called Uncle Tom, that is a compliment. Not to mention he was the hero of the story. But the left doesn't care about that. They don't like, they don't want facts getting in the way. They just want you to know they haven't read the book. No Ye Diandi. I think I said that right. These names are just so hard to pronounce. Sorry, guys. Love and respect from ex-U.S. Navy base, Holt Lock, Scotland, UK. Christine Beck said, I wish Trump would label BLM a terrorist organization like Antifa. Elizabeth Watson, thank you for your super chat. I got to scroll all the way back because there's some higher dollar super chats that I might have missed. I got Casey Campbell. Debbie Treat says, this is some of the best commentary. Love you guys. Thank you, Debbie. We appreciate you, Debbie. Researcher 1946, thank you for your super chat. DD Righteous, I got you. Ronnie Stewart says, thank you, Mike. And Bricksuit, thank you for the super chat, Bricksuit. I see your imposter here. I see the imposter Bricksuit man here. Not good. Blues Guitar, thank you for your super chat. Thank you for everybody that's currently sending me DMs right now on Facebook. I'm getting a bunch of them. God bless you. I'll have to read them later. I got to stay up on these super chats right now. We're just minutes away from President Trump exiting Air Force One, where he will address a packed crowd in Erie, Pennsylvania. Thank you for supporting us here at Right Side Broadcasting. Make sure you give us a thumbs up and subscribe, guys. I mean it. Need you to do it. Subscribe. We're bringing this to you live. No other media outlet is going to do what we do. Not a single media outlet does what we do at Right Side Broadcasting. We're almost entirely viewer funded. It's your donations that got us here right now where we are. So any minute now, Scott, we're going to have President Trump exit Air Force One, take the podium, and hopefully he dances at the end so we can get some more viral videos. Everything they do on the left. Oh yeah, everything they do backfires. Like they were trying to make fun of his dance moves, and now he's like, there's memes of him.
Sensation.
It's a viral sensation of him dancing to 50 Cent and all that stuff.
Oh, absolutely. Well, we love to see our president energized, and I think President Trump gets his energy from we the people, and we get it back from him. And these rallies are, I think, important to the success of the campaign. I follow Ronna McDaniel, and I have to admit, she is doing a great job as the RNC chairwoman. And if there's an opportunity in the future, then chairwoman, I would like to be considered for 2024, 2028, 2032, because this did not start with Trump and this is not going to end with Trump. We need to be forward thinking. And we need to have a plan for the future, because what happens after President Trump? Who do we elect in 2024? Is it Richard Grenell, who has done an amazing job as the former DNI director, who did an outstanding job as a former ambassador to Germany? And I think that he will definitely put his hat in the race. I don't know. I haven't been told this by any insiders, just something that I've been reflecting on. But we need the next generation of leadership to step in. We need new blood, new voices to bring to the table going into 2022. Because when we win this November, remember that all 435 members of the House of Representatives, they are going to be up for election in 2022. And the fight truly is going to be in the Senate in 2022. The Democrats are going to try to take the majority in the Senate away from us. And so we need to build a firewall. As soon as we re-elect President Trump, we're going to continue to register voters. I'm saying, like, literally the day after the election, we need to be out there registering new Republican voters and ensuring that we are prepared to keep our Senate, to keep the House, and to prepare for a victory in 2024. You see, I'm a young man, but I'm going to be doing this until I'm a very old man. The fight for freedom never ends. This is a 24/7, 365 battle, because the Democrats, they are relentless and they are ferocious and they are fierce. And the Democrats, now that they have openly come out in support, welcome the President of the United States,
Donald J. Trump.
And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, from Detroit down to Houston and New York to LA, where there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. The men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the
Thank you very much. Hello, Erie. Remember that great victory we had always. What a victory. 14 days from now, we are going to win the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, and we are going to win 4 more years in the White House. With your vote, we will continue to cut your taxes, cut regulations, support our great police, protect our Second Amendment, defend our borders, keep jobs and wealth in America where it belongs. Thank you. We will deliver record prosperity, epic growth, and you know that. Have you seen what's been going on? How well we're doing? Did you see the recent poll just came out? 56% of the people want to be here, not 4 years ago. They want to be with us in what we're rounding the turn on the pandemic. 56%, and it's a record, epic job growth, safe vaccines that quickly end the pandemic. It's ending. Normal life, that's all we want. You know what we want? Normal life. Normal life will finally resume, and next year will be the greatest economic year in the history of our country. This is an election between the Trump super recovery, which is happening right now, and a Biden depression. If he gets elected, you will have a depression, the likes of which you've never seen. You know, he's going to double, triple, and now quadruple your taxes. I don't think so. I think I know the people of Erie pretty well. They don't like that. It's a choice between our plan to kill the virus or Biden's plan to kill the American dream, and that's what he'd be doing. Biden will delay therapies, postpone the vaccine, prolong the pandemic, close your schools, shut down our country. And by the way, Pennsylvania's been shut down long enough. Get your governor to open up Pennsylvania. Get your governor to open it up. He will massively raise your taxes, bury you in regulations, dismantle your police departments, dissolve our borders, confiscate your guns, Second Amendment. Oh, you're so lucky I'm president, you wouldn't have a Second Amendment. Eliminate private health care, terminate religious liberty, destroy the suburbs. I'm saving the suburbs. I knocked out the regulation. No, you don't like projects being next to your beautiful house, your American dream. So much for the American dream. And Joe Biden will ban fracking and abolish Pennsylvania energy. How many times did he say it? Your fracking and mining industries will be outlawed, exiled, eradicated, and totally extinguished. And you know it, because it's not up to Sleepy Joe. He's gonzo. It's up to the others in the party. Joe Biden has repeatedly pledged to ban fracking, right? You've all heard it. Have you heard it? Till he got the nomination. Then he came to Pennsylvania. He said, oh, well, I guess it's okay. It's always what they say first. His running mate, the most liberal member of the U.S. Senate, sponsors the $100 trillion. Think of that, $100 trillion. If we had a great year for 100 years, we couldn't make $100 trillion. The $100 trillion socialist Green New Deal, which would eliminate fossil fuels. At this very moment, Biden's website includes a pledge to mandate net zero carbon emissions, which means he would end all fracking. It's what he said. He said it for a year and a half, he said it. Under the Obama-Biden administration, more than 40% of all coal mining jobs will be destroyed, totally gone. And you know what's happened? I mean, did you see what they did to West Virginia and other places, including Pennsylvania, when they were here? Don't forget, they've been here for 8 years before me. If they did a good job, I would have never run. I didn't need this. I didn't need this. Although we're having a good time, and we're doing a good job. No, but it's true. If they did a good job, I wouldn't have run. Thank you. Thank you. This is a lot of people. This is a lot of people. I always want the cameras to show. They never like to show. They don't like to talk about it. You can hear how big these crowds are. And by the way, you know, in all fairness to Erie, all over the country, it makes you feel good, all over the country, the biggest crowds anyone's ever had, bigger than what we had 4 years ago. Bigger. Oh, and you have to watch what we do to 60 Minutes. You'll get such a kick out of it. You're going to get a kick out of it. Leslie Stahl is not going to be happy. The Democrat Party hates fracking. They hate coal. Good, beautiful, clean coal. They hate American energy, and Joe Biden will shut it all down. He's going to. Tonight I want to do something. I want to give you, this is an original Donald Trump Broadway play. And I had it done specifically. First time I've ever pulled it out. I had it done specifically for the people of Erie because you guys like energy. You like being energy independent. Do you like that? Energy? Doesn't that sound? We don't need all these faraway lands and everything else. We are now energy independent, and we're going to keep it that way. Take a look at this clip. We had it made up, and I think you'll like. First time I've ever done this, right? First time. Go ahead, wherever it is, put it up.
Would there be any place for fossil fuels, including coal and fracking, in a Biden administration?
No, we would work it out. We would make sure it's eliminated and no more subsidies for either one of those. I guarantee you, we're going to end fossil fuel. No new fracking.
I'd gradually move away from fracking.
And I think it's critically important on day one that we end any fossil fuel leases on public lands.
Well, like what about, say, stopping fracking and stopping pipeline infrastructure?
Exactly. They want to do the same thing I want to do. They want to phase out fossil fuels, and we're going to phase out fossil fuels.
There's no question I'm in favor of banning fracking.
And what we don't show is his more current version. Oh, yes, we'll have fracking. And the fake news, they don't do anything about it. They don't even talk to him about it. But right now, he's got bigger problems than fracking, I think. You know what it's called? You know what his problem? It's called the laptop from hell. The laptop from hell. To all the people of Pennsylvania, hear this warning. If Biden's elected, he will wipe out your energy industry. You have 1 million jobs. Just like he wiped out your steel industry, and I brought it back. I brought it back. Only by voting for me can you save your fracking in Pennsylvania. We are going to have a great time because you are going to reject the radical left. The United States, and I say it, and I'll say it 1,000 times, the United States will never be a socialist nation. Think of it. Here we are in Erie. People as far as the eye can see. Look at that. I mean, no, it's incredible. It's a great honor. It's a great honor for all of us. We're all in this together. We're all in it. As long as I'm president, we will remain the #1 producer of energy anywhere in the world. You know, we're now #1 in the world with Pennsylvania. You, Texas, we have some great. How about North Dakota does a great job. North Dakota, Oklahoma, so many different. Ohio does a phenomenal job. Phenomenal. A couple of Ohioans. And they have to have the fracking, and they have to have the energy, and we need the energy. And you know, you looked at your car. When did you think you were going to see $2 a gallon and less? You didn't think you were going to see that. That's like a tax cut. And at the same time, our energy industry is vibrant. Last year, I visited the Shell petrochemical plant in Beaver County, the largest investment in your state's history. Our opponents will put it out of business. They want to put it out of business. I don't think that's a great idea. Joe Biden has made a corrupt bargain in exchange for his party's nomination. He's handed control of his party over to socialists. I added another word: communists, Marxists, left-wing extremists, and they're full of hate and rage and scorn for the middle class and for everybody. Frankly, for the middle class and for everybody. The Biden-Harris Kamala. Do you like Kamala? Kamala. I'll tell you, did our vice president do a great job? Did a great job. Did a great job. I said, Mike, that was too easy. But the Biden-Harris agenda is projected to slash the typical American's income by $6,500. This is in the Wall Street Journal today. A nightmare for Pennsylvania families, $6,500. And that's just cut it down. What you could be making if you do this and what we're doing, because for the last 47 years, Joe Biden has been outsourcing your jobs, offshoring your factories, and selling out the American worker. And who knows it better than Pennsylvania? Look at all the empty hulks that you still have despite all the jobs we've brought back. America lost 10,000 factories while he was vice president. He has no clue, by the way. Just so you understand, he has no clue. How many? Oh, that's okay. He's a servant of the globalists, lobbyists, wealthy donors, and Washington vultures who got rich bleeding America dry. You know, I said the other day, I never thought of it, because they're raising a lot of money, $300 million. I could be the king of all fundraisers. I would be the greatest that ever lived, the president of the United States. All I have to do is give me a list of the top 100 companies. I'll call the president of every one. They will pay me whatever I want. I would set every record. The problem is I'd owe them, because when they call and they have a problem for a lot more money than we're talking about, you know, it's like hard to say, no, hey, they were nice, they treated you good. I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. We don't need the money. I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. But when you see them raise $350 million in a month and a half, you know deals are being made, just so you understand. Deals are being made, big deals, deals. I mean, look at the deals that he's making for himself, okay? But deals are being made. In 2016, Pennsylvania voted to fire this depraved political establishment, and you elected an outsider as president who is finally putting America first. America first. The fact is, whether you like it or not, whether you want to hear it or not, Joe Biden is a corrupt politician. He's a corrupt politician. And smoking gun emails show that the Biden family sold the vice presidency for a very, very substantial amount of money, more money than anybody would believe. He let China plunder your jobs while his family raked in millions of dollars from China and foreign nations. The Bidens got rich while Pennsylvania got robbed, and so did the rest of our country. If Biden wins, China wins. If Biden wins, China will own the USA, and you know it. There's no way he does anything about it. And yet, media and the big tech, they're desperately trying to cover up everything. They don't want to hear speeches like this. They don't want to hear anything about it. This is a massive scandal that they're trying to suppress. I'm not just running against Biden, Sleepy Joe. I'm running against the corrupt media, the big tech giants, the Washington swamp, and the Democrat Party is a part of all of them, every single one of them. They flood your communities with criminal aliens, drugs, and crime while they live behind beautiful gated compounds. They try to take away your guns, Second Amendment, they want to take it away, while they enjoy private security that's fully armed. They support crippling lockdowns like your governor is doing, while their jobs and their industries remain totally exempt. And it's time to send a message to these wealthy liberal hypocrites by delivering Joe Biden, Sleepy Joe, a thundering defeat on November 3rd. Got to get out and vote. Pennsylvania, you got to get out and vote. You know, if we win Pennsylvania, we win the whole thing. We win the whole thing. I mean, it's crazy. They're saying, oh, it's his home state. It's not his home state. He left you when he was 9, right? His parents. I'm not blaming him for that. But, you know, he likes to go around, yeah, it's my home state. It's not his home state. I actually went to college in Pennsylvania, okay? So, you know, I think I have more in common. But it's not his home state. He comes from a place called Delaware, and he never leaves Delaware. I like Delaware, too. But he never leaves. Here he's making another speech from... Well, he doesn't make too many speeches, either. He took a 5-day lid. You know what a lid is? I never heard lid. Lid is like, they put the lid like a garbage can, right? They put the lid. He took a 5-day lid. I mean, this guy, all he does is like, stay home. You know why? You know why? Because he can't take any questions now from the press. Can't take any questions. How about yesterday? He finally went outside. He went to get an ice cream. And the press is standing there. These are all killers. I mean, there they are. Look, the fake news. They're standing. And all they wanted to know, think of me. They're screaming at me like all they want to know, what flavor ice cream do you like? Well, I like vanilla and chocolate, thank you. They don't ask me those questions. If I don't sound like a typical Washington politician, it's because I'm not a politician. And if I don't always play by the rules of the Washington establishment, it's because I was elected to fight for you, and nobody has ever fought for you harder than I have. That I can tell you. I'm fighting so hard because I love my country. I love you, by the way, but I love my country. Thank you. And this is a tough group in front. The last time they said that, last time this guy said that to another man, I doubt you have, maybe dead a long time ago. But because I'm determined to ensure that the forgotten men and women of this country, remember, they showed up 4 years ago, and they're showing up now. You see what's going on? Do you see the lines? Do you see what's happening all over the country? They still don't want to report it. This is going to be bigger than 4 years ago. There's more enthusiasm. The crowds are bigger. They'll never be forgotten again, not after this one. They tried to find out who are all these people that showed up last time. Now they're finding out again, except even more so. No, you see what's going on, though, with the lines and everything, and then they have the phony fake ballots all over the place. They're throwing them in the garbage can. Oh, they happen to have the name Trump on them. Isn't that shocking? How about the ones that were printed without my name on it, right? They had everything on it. They had every race. They had everything. You had the Senate. You had everything. They forgot to put me down. Oh, thank you. And then they say, he's against freedom. Oh, it's wild. The Biden-Harris war on police would be a catastrophe for public safety. You know, I think I have every single... Correct. Good. I like that. I think we have every single endorsement, even New York's finest, New York City's finest. We love our finest. Is the mic ready? Yes. I wonder who did that to our mic. I don't believe it was Joe. You know who it was? Crooked Hillary. Must have. I think it was probably Crooked Hillary. But Kamala, by the way, she will not be your first woman president. She will not be. Can't let that happen. There'll be a woman president. You cannot let that happen. Harris even urged their supporters to donate to a fund that bailed out rioters right out of jail, including attempted cop killers. I will always stand with the heroes of law enforcement, so will you. And Biden's policies would also decimate our seniors. Biden is pledging mass amnesty and free federal health care. Remember he did that at a stage? You remember? Look, she's shaking her head. She remembers. Remember when he put up his hand? You know, after 47 years, he knew it was not the right thing to do, but everybody else was raising, you know, they were all radical left. And he felt very uncomfortable, but then he looked over here, looked over there. They were all over the place, these people. They were all running for this beautiful office. And he just got the hand up, and I said, thank you, we just won the election. And look, we all have a heart, you know, but what happens is everybody comes in. We're going to have millions of people pouring into it. They get free health care. They get free college. They get a Rolls Royce. Everybody gets a free Rolls Royce. Remember when I said that and CNN went crazy? He knows they don't get a free Rolls Royce. He lied to the American people. Oh, these are sick people. Thank goodness their ratings, CNN ratings, did you see them? They're so bad. Fredo, all these people, the ratings are so bad. Their ratings are terrible. Thank goodness. But he will obliterate your Medicare, your Social Security. I will always protect your Medicare and your Social Security. As I said 4 years ago. I'm also proud that here in Pennsylvania, your Medicare Advantage, you know that, everybody have it, some people have it. The premiums have decreased, listen to this, under our management, 43% since I took office. Where do you hear that? We will always defend our seniors, and we defend them like nobody else can. The battle against the China virus, that's what it is. It's a China, you know, they call it COVID, they call it all different names. It's the China virus, isn't it? Or maybe the China plague. We launched the largest mobilization since World War II. I'll tell you what, the way they cover it, we have done such an incredible, we saved millions of lives. They refuse to cover it, not for me, but for the people, the admirals, the generals, Mike Pence, everybody that worked so hard on this, and they refuse to acknowledge it. We made a lot of really bad governors look good, and some good governors do just fine, but a lot of bad governors, we made them look good. Early on, we took aggressive action. We saved so many lives. Remember, it was supposed to be 2.2 million under a scenario. Could have been more than that. I took rapid action to ban travel from China and from Europe, heavily infected areas. And by the way, the scientists said, oh, don't do it. 2 months later, they were saying, lucky he did do it. Biden opposed both of these life-saving decisions. You remember he said, he's xenophobic. I said, Joe, what does it mean, Joe? Couldn't answer. He goes, he doesn't. Only in Pennsylvania. He goes, he doesn't. Well, you're right about that. We pioneered incredible therapies. Excuse me, here I am. I got you. That was quick. Now, great doctors. We have great doctors. And reduced the fatality rate 85%. Think of that. And I'm working to make the antibody treatment that I received available to anybody that needs it free. And it's getting very close to getting approved. We will have 100 million vaccine doses before the end of the year, maybe sooner than that, maybe substantially before. The Biden lockdown, he's willing to lock you down. You guys aren't even open yet. What the hell is going on with your state? You know, Florida's open, all this. Florida had a surge, great governor, surge, went down. Arizona had a surge, went down, great governor. Texas had a surge, went down. You guys never opened. What the hell is going on in Pennsylvania, right? The Biden lockdown will crush America. We will crush the virus. We're doing that. We're crushing the virus. Look at our numbers compared to Europe. You know, they always said, oh, Europe, Europe, Europe. Look at our numbers compared. And we had the biggest of any country, the biggest comeback. We came back faster. We went down less economically, came back faster. If you want depression, doom and despair, vote for Sleepy Joe Biden. And boredom. You know the great thing? I always say someday these people, look at all of them back, look at all those cameras. You know what I say? Someday they're going to get smart. They're going to endorse President Trump. Because if you had Sleepy Joe, that nobody's going to be interested in politics anymore. That's going to be the end of that. They will all go out of business. They should have gone out of business 4 years ago. Then I came along. If you want open schools, an open economy, and a safe, healthy, thriving country, vote for me. We're going to do it. We're doing it now. We're doing it now. We're joined today by a few of my friends. I'll tell you, this one guy, he got it right from the beginning. That's right. How did you know that? He's a warrior. He's tough as hell. He could have only been grown in Pennsylvania because he's that kind of a guy. He said a long time ago when I knew him, it was a year before the election, and I said, this is 4 years plus one. I said, how do you think we're going to do? He said, sir, you're going to win. He said, how the hell do you know that? I just started. The escalator ride wasn't too old, right? The famous escalator with our First Lady. They love our First Lady. Wasn't too old. We had just come down, and a man named Congressman Mike Kelly said, sir, you're going to win in a landslide. Come up here, Mike. Come on. Come on. I don't know. Get up. He said, I can't do it again. They'll figure it out. Don't hurt yourself, though, Mike. Don't prove everything, Mike. Just, hey, fellas, could you help the man? He's, just give him a hand. Take your time, Mike. Don't hurt yourself. Can you imagine? He's trying to climb over a barrier to show that we don't want to hurt our Mike. He's been, right from the beginning, he's been with me. Great guy. Come here, Mike. And also, my Pennsylvania campaign chair done a fantastic, really a fantastic job. Bernie Comfort. Bernie. Thank you. Great job. Great job. Are you okay? Don't touch me, Mike. We'll get in trouble with the media. They'll say they touched each other. Oh, do you ever say this? If he would have done that, I saved you, Mike. Maybe I saved your political career. They would have had front page story of our two hands touching. Mike, say a few words, please. Thanks.
In our lifetimes, we will never see a president like Donald J. Trump again. I want every one of you to make a commitment to get out and vote November 3rd and absolutely refuse to lose. This is the president. This is the time. This is your solemn oath to America. We're going to make America great again, because of Donald J. Trump. There's no flu that's going to keep this man down. He makes the Energizer Bunny look like a deadhead. This guy never stops. He never sleeps. He is totally dedicated to each one of you, and we should be totally dedicated to him. I love this president. I love his agenda, and I love the fact that on November 3rd, we're going to put him back in the White House. Mr. President, thank you.
What a great guy. Well, that was not a bad job. Not a bad job. He's a great guy, though. He really is. You're lucky to have him. Good job. He shows up without the jacket. I feel a little guilty, Mike, without. You're not cold, Mike, I hope, right? Don't be too brave. We got to keep them around, right, Mike? Thank you, Mike. Great job. I appreciate it. Under my administration, we built the greatest economy in the history of the world, and now we're doing it again. In my first 3 years, we increased family income over $6,000. Listen to this, more than 5 times the gains in all 8 years under the previous administration. Think of that. In just a short period of time, African American unemployment, Hispanic American unemployment, and Asian American unemployment all reached their lowest levels in the history of our country. Think of that. We lifted nearly 7 million Americans out of poverty, a record, including nearly 1.2 million African Americans out of poverty. Since April, just now, we created a record, never happened like this, 11.4 million brand new American jobs. That's never happened before. And you know, you were hearing, it sounds terrible to me when I say it, but you were hearing about 38% unemployment, right? 38, you were hearing 42%. So it was, oh, that's fake news. Thank goodness. But you know what it was 2 weeks ago? 7.8%. Now, 7.8, when we're at 3.4 and 3.5, I don't like to say 7.8, but when you think about it, they were saying, we're going to 42%. You know, not our fault. We had this plague come in from China. We're going to 42%, 38%, 38%, 7.8%, and heading down rapidly. That's pretty amazing when you think about it. Under Biden, it took 30 months to recover more than half of the jobs lost in a crisis. We did it in less than 5 months. We've spent the last 4 years reversing the damage Joe Biden inflicted over the last 47 years. You saw what he's done. You know, it's amazing. He's always like, you know, it's not him. He's not being critical. But he has writers. They say, oh, let's do this, that. You know, I have all this stuff. Vice President Biden said. He has no idea what he said. But you know what I get? He just, you know, he didn't leave long ago. He was here for 8 years as vice president and 47 years plus as a politician in Washington. Think of it. And he's always like, why didn't he do this? Why the hell didn't he do it? He just, you know, why didn't he do it? 47 years, Joe, why didn't you do it? He supported NAFTA, TPP, which would have destroyed your industry, and China's entry into the World Trade Organization. One cruel betrayal after another. It's true. I mean, what he's done. For decades, our politicians spent trillions of dollars rebuilding foreign nations, fighting foreign wars, and defending foreign borders. Now we're doing our borders. Do you like that better? But now we're finally protecting our nation, rebuilding our cities, and we are bringing our jobs, our factories, and our troops, our beautiful, beloved troops. We're bringing them all back home. It's time. 19 years to save our auto industry. I withdrew from the last administration's Trans-Pacific Partnership. Pennsylvania gained, Michigan. Auto factories, auto plants being built all over Michigan, Ohio. There wasn't a plant built in 42 years. Now they're being built all over the place. In Japan, I told the Prime Minister, you have to give us plants. You can't just keep sending us cars. You got to make them over here. And they started, and you're a big beneficiary of it. To defend our steel and aluminum workers, I imposed very historic tariffs on dumped steel, right? And that happened, and U.S. Steel, all of your places started doing great. I ended the NAFTA nightmare and signed the brand new USMCA, just kicked in. You know how I know it's good? Because the other two countries aren't so happy. It's good. They took advantage of us for a long time. I took the toughest ever action to confront China's rampant theft of American jobs. Nobody has ever done. And you know what? Nobody's ever done anything like this to China. We're taking in billions. Right now we're taking in billions. Billions and billions of dollars. It affects you a little bit. We gave $28 billion to our farmers because they were targeted by China. And that was just a small fraction of what I took in. Under my leadership, we achieved the most secure southern border in U.S. history. So we're building 10 miles. You know, the wall is going to be completed very soon. And we had radical opposition to the wall. Radical opposition. We'll be at 500 miles very soon, and we'll be completed with the wall. And by the way, Mexico, you know, they keep saying Mexico is paying for the wall. They understand that. They're paying for the wall. Mexico's paying for it, and it's very high, just like I said it would be, and it actually goes down very deep. You know why? 2 reasons, actually. Number 1, to hold it up. Number 2, to stop the tunnels. My opponent's immigration plan is the most extreme proposal ever put forward by a presidential candidate. Biden would eliminate U.S. borders. How about that? Do you like that idea? Okay. Just think of it from a practical. How the hell do you have a country if you don't have borders? He would eliminate, and you know, that's signed in the manifesto with Bernie Sanders, crazy Bernie. Bernie's one of the, I'll tell you what, he's one of the greatest losers, and I mean that in a very nice way. Twice they took it away from him, right? Hillary took it away, and then Elizabeth Pocahontas Warren took it away. Because she stayed in on Super Tuesday. She took enough votes away so he didn't win any states. And then he goes back to the Senate like nothing happened. This guy, I think he should be given, you know, in school, when I was a young guy in school, Sportsmanship of the Year. I never happened to receive that. I got other awards. I never got the Best Sportsmanship Award. But Bernie Sanders should be given Sportsman of the Year. Sportsmanship, I guess, right? No, it's amazing. This happened to him twice. Is Bernie running again in 4 more years? Bernie, are you running again? Crazy Bernie. But they signed they didn't sign. I guess they have this deal, the manifesto. They agreed. Biden would eliminate, and she's more liberal than him. You know, she's more liberal. And there's nobody that treated Biden worse than Kamala. That's why I said, why would he ever pick her? There's nobody that treated him worse. Biden would eliminate U.S. borders by implementing nationwide catch and release, which I ended. If it's okay with you. You know what I did? You catch them. What do? They're murderers. They're rapists. You catch them, and then you have to release them. This is called catch. This was a Democrat program headed up by crying Chuck Schumer. He's the one. You catch them, crying Chuck. He only cries when it's, I've known him a long time. The only time he cries is when it's necessary. Crying Chuck. No, you catch them and you release them into the country. And you say, in 4.5 years, please come back for a trial. Nobody comes back. A couple of really stupid ones come back, other than that. Making every community into a sanctuary city and suspending all removals of illegal aliens. They want to suspend, in this manifesto, no more moving out illegal aliens, even if they're really bad, including no violent criminals. You catch MS-13, can't move them out. Thank you very much. We're living with them. This is what these people want. This is the most important election in the history of our country. Look, you know, we can play games and we can be nice and we can have a good time. You think I need to be standing out here in 50-degree weather, looking at Mike in a shirt, and he feels better about it than I do? Right, Mike? No, this is the most important election in the history of our country. We cannot allow this to happen. We're going to win. We're going to win so big. I think we're going to win. You know, the lines are record-setting. The lines are big. There's a lot of Trump, you know, a lot of people, great Americans, they never liked who they were voting for. They didn't vote. They just didn't vote, and they're online right now. There are a lot of people out there, and it's looking good. It's early, but it's looking good. Get out and vote. Most important election, Mike, we've ever had. I really believe it. And you know what? 4 or 5 months ago when we started this whole thing, because, you know, before the plague came in, I had it made. I wasn't coming to Erie. I mean, I have to be honest. There's no way I was coming. I didn't have to. I would have called you and said, hey, Erie, you know, if you have a chance, get out and vote. We had this thing won. We were so far up. We had the greatest economy ever, greatest jobs, greatest everything. And then we got hit with the plague. And I had to go back to work. Hello, Erie. May I please have your vote? Right? I love Erie. No, hey, we had a big deal in Erie. Right? This was not supposed to be a Trump thing. It's a lot of Democrats, but the Democrats that love Trump because I love them. And you know what? You're workers. You're like, we work. But that was a pretty big upset, wasn't it, huh? Big upset. But if Biden wins, your borders are gone, which means your health care is gone, the middle class is gone, your safety is gone, your country is gone. That's what's going to happen. And don't think it can't happen. Take a look at Venezuela. This could be same ideology as what they're talking about. This could be a Venezuela, but much, much, much bigger. It can happen. It could happen. You see these people. You see what they're saying. You see Portland, where they have anarchists through the street. And it's all Democrat-run areas, no Republican areas. It's all Democrat-run areas. That's where you have. With Portland, it's anarchists. But look at look at what's happened to our beautiful New York since I've been gone. Think of it. You know what? It's like 3.5 years. If you think of it, I think what I can say is, if I would have stayed in New York, that wouldn't have happened. It's very interesting. But look at what's happened to New York in a few years. What's happened to New York, what's happened to Chicago. Look at what's going on in Baltimore. And just remember this, with Obama, Biden, they had nothing but problems. Look at Baltimore. Remember how bad that was? Ferguson. Look at St. Louis. Look at Oakland. Look at all the problems. You know, they act like, oh, it was horrible. And you know, I say it all the time. If they were any good, I wouldn't have run. And if they were any good, if I did run, I couldn't have won. Right? But they were no good. They did a rotten job. They did a lousy job. And Joe is not equipped right now, no longer. He never really was. You know, we used to call him 1% Joe, and that was in prime time. How about this? And in non-prime time, he ends up getting the nomination. Figure that one out. To secure our border, I took the corrupt media. We had to take it on, and they are corrupt. The powerful special interests and the open borders lunatics, because they'll destroy our country. In just 3 years, we removed over 500,000 criminal aliens, including those charged or convicted of more than 145,000 assaults, 40,000 sex crimes, and 6,000 murders. 6,000 murders. We got them the hell out. Some we had to keep because we didn't even want them out. They were too dangerous because we don't want them coming back. And I want to thank ICE, and I want to thank our great Border Patrol, always law enforcement, but ICE and Border Patrol. Under a Biden administration, these criminals would be set free. Under my administration, these criminals are sent home or they have to be put in prison. We invested $2.5 trillion in the U.S. military. We now have the greatest equipment we've ever had. We are the envy of Russia and China and everybody in the world. We have the best missiles and rockets and tanks and planes. F-35, stealth, you can't see it. Other than that, it's not so great. You can't see it. I went to one of the pilots, I said, how good is this plane? Well, it's really good. Why is it good? Because the enemy can't see it. I said, I don't know too much about what you do. Sounds good to me. And for our great veterans, we passed VA choice and VA accountability. We killed the leader of ISIS, al-Baghdadi. We killed the worst mass murderer terrorist in many, many generations. Soleimani is dead. Killed many soldiers, many people. I withdrew from the last administration's disastrous Iran nuclear deal. By the way, if and when we win, my first call is going to be from the heads of Iran, and they're going to say, let's make a deal. Their economy went from being strong, they were all over the world, terrorism. Now their economy is totally tanked with our sanctions and other things. And they're down GDP, think of this, GDP down 27%. Nobody's ever even heard of it. And I don't want that. I want them to be a good cell. They cannot have a nuclear weapon. They cannot have a nuclear weapon. But I want them to be good. I want them to be strong. I want them to have a great country. The first call will be Iran. As soon as we win, they're going to call and we'll make a deal. And others will also call. They're all hoping. China, oh, China wants us to China. They want Joe Biden so badly, you have no idea. They are dying for Joe Biden. The one they don't want is, they don't want Trump. They've had enough of Trump. Tens of billions of dollars we get. I recognize the true capital of Israel and opened the American embassy in Jerusalem. We don't want Trump, please. We've had enough of Trump. Let's try somebody new. This isn't working out. Hey, look, China has ripped us off more than any country in history. And by the way, plenty of our allies rip us off too, between trade and military and everything else. I could go into that. I could speak about that all night long. But nobody has ripped us like China for many, long before Obama, in all fairness, and Biden, long before them. They've ripped us off. Where's Hunter? I don't know. That's a good. Where's Hunter? Remember we said that? Where's Hunter? That we made the T-shirt. It was the #1 selling T-shirt. Where's Hunter? What happened to Hunter? Where's Hunter? I also recognized Israeli sovereignty over the Golan Heights. 52 years they tried to do it. I did it in about 2 hours. I even got nominated for 3 Nobel Peace Prizes. And for all different things. One's the Middle East. No, one is Kosovo, Serbia. You know, we're doing a deal with these countries. I say, well, you guys have been fighting and killing each other. If we're doing a deal, let's get them to be like, let's not kill each other. And we worked out a deal, a beautiful economic deal between 2 places that just killed each other for years and years. And it just seems so easy and so natural, right? Anyway, in the Middle East, instead of all of the blood pouring all over the sand, we're ending all of that, and you see what's happening. Countries are joining left and right. No blood. We did it a different way. We did it different. How many times was I criticized? He can't get it done that way. You see this guy, John Kerry, who's grossly incompetent? The only time he ever left the negotiating table was to go into a bicycle race. He was 73 years old. And he broke his leg and his arm. Other than that, it was a wonderful day riding a bicycle, and I pledge that I will never be in a bicycle race, okay? I did more in 47 months than Joe Biden did in 47 years. It's true. A vote for Republicans is a vote for safe communities, great jobs, and a limitless future for all Americans. A vote for Republicans and a vote for me is a vote for the American dream. That's what it is. It's a vote for the American dream. In conclusion, we'll make this a little shorter. You know, it's like about 40 degrees. I don't want to lose anybody. You got to go vote. So we're going to go a little shorter because you got to go vote. And I see even Mike, he's so brave. He's starting to freeze his ass off over there. He said, okay, look, I proved my point. President, let's get me the hell out of here. Over the next 4 years, we will make America into the manufacturing superpower of the world. And we will end our reliance on China once and for all. We're already doing that. We will hire more police, increase penalties for assaults or law enforcement, and we will ban deadly sanctuary cities. Ban. We will uphold religious liberty, free speech, and the right to keep and bear arms. Second Amendment. And if they get in, you will lose your Second Amendment. Remember that when you're getting ready to press Trump. We will strike down terrorists who threaten our citizens, and we will keep America out of these ridiculous, horrible, endless wars. They're endless. We will maintain America's unrivaled military might, and we will ensure peace through strength. We will end surprise medical billing, require price transparency, already signed, starts on January 1st. It'll be bigger than healthcare. Watch this. And further reduce the cost of prescription drugs, which I've done, you know, with favored nations. The drug companies do not like me too much. You will have drug prices going down 50, 60, 70, 80%. Could you imagine if he were in this position? And people would go up to him, Mr. President, you've done a great job on drug prices. Oh, really? What happened? They're down 82%, sir. Really? I can't believe it. You better give me the credit, damn it, I'll tell you. What I've gone through, the drug companies, they're spending a fortune on fake ads. They don't want me. They don't want me. China doesn't want me. Iran doesn't want me. Nobody wants me. Nobody. Erie wants me. Erie wants me. And will always protect patients with pre-existing conditions, always. America will land the first woman on the moon, and the United States will be the first nation to land an astronaut on Mars. That's already moving along. We will stop the radical indoctrination of our students and restore patriotic education to our schools, right? We will teach our children to love our country, honor our history, and always respect our great American flag. And we will live by the timeless words of our great national motto. It'll never be changed. You know, they want to change that. You know, they want to take certain words out, like the word God, okay? In God we trust. We'll always keep it. For years you had a president who apologized for America. Now you have a president who is standing up for America and standing up for the great people of Pennsylvania. Always will. Great state, great place, a lot of friends. So get your friends, get your family, get your neighbors, get your coworkers, get your boss, right? Come on, boss, we got to vote. And get out and vote. You know, you tend to vote very late, which is good. I understand that. But for, you know, it's just the norms. And you tend to vote late. Get out and vote. Get out and vote. This is the biggest election of our lifetime. Get out and vote. From Scranton to Allentown, from Pittsburgh to Harrisburg, and from Easton to right here in Erie, we stand on the shoulders of red-blooded American patriots who poured out their heart, sweat, and soul to secure liberty and defend our freedom. Pennsylvania is the state where our founding fathers declared American independence. Think of it, Pennsylvania. Think of what you represent as a state. What state, honestly, and we can say it to the other states, I love them, they've been great to me, they voted for us, everything. But what state's done some of the things that have taken place in Pennsylvania? It's where the Army weathered its brutal winter at Valley Forge, where General George Washington led his men on a daring mission across the Delaware, and where our Union was saved by the incredible heroes at Gettysburg, right? I mean, who can say these things? And these names, right? Gettysburg, these names. This is the place where generations of tough, strong Pennsylvania miners, steelers, factory workers forged the greatest nation in the history of the world. And believe me, the best is yet to come. It's coming. It's all happening. The best is yet to come. Proud citizens like you help build this country, and together we are taking back our country. We are returning power to you, the American people. We are returning power to you. And I said that a long time ago when we started. It was being taken away. I just didn't know quite how deep the swamp was. It's a little deeper, a little more treacherous than I thought, but we're beating them. Oh, well, their head will explode on November 3rd. Can you imagine? And then you know what's going to happen? You know what's going to happen? I think they're finally going to say, okay, that's enough. Let's go. I think by that time they're going to have it. They will have had it. He goes, they better. With your help, your devotion, and your drive, we are going to keep on working. We are going to keep on fighting. And we are going to keep on winning, winning, winning. Right? We are one movement, one people, one family, and one glorious nation under God. And together, with the incredible, and I mean that, I know you well, a lot of time in this incredible land, this beautiful place, this place of history, the incredible people of Pennsylvania. We have made America powerful again. Our military never been like this. Remember at the beginning when the overrated general said to me, "Sir, we have no ammunition." I said, "No president should ever have that. No president should ever hear those words. Sir, we have no ammunition." We now have so much ammunition that even Mike would be impressed. So we've made it powerful again. We've made America wealthy again. Stock market, new records, your 401ks. Everybody happy with their 401k? You want to see your 401ks crash? It was on today. Varney, you know, Stuart? He had a gentleman on. He said, you know, if Trump gets in, the market's going to go through the roof. If Trump loses and this other guy gets in, you're going to have a problem like you've never seen before. And I agree. Your 401ks, your stocks, you want to see them drop like a rock? If you want to have some fun with your family, explaining, why is it down 80%, Dad? We don't love you anymore, Dad. No, your 401ks are doing great. Everything's doing great. We're going to be in a position very soon like we've never been in, even better than we were a year ago. We've made America strong again. We have made America proud again. We have made America safe again. And we will make America great again. Thank you very much, Pennsylvania. Go out and vote. Go out and vote. Thank you, Pennsylvania. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, President Trump has just wrapped up his remarks in Erie, Pennsylvania, as he will be making his way to Gastonia, North Carolina tomorrow. I want to thank every last one of you for tuning in to Right Side Broadcasting as we have brought you President Trump's speech start to finish with no interruptions, no commentary. Speaking of interruption, I want to get this out of the way right now. I know people are upset and angry, some of you, that we are not playing the Village People song, YMCA, and we're not going to for reasons that we cannot do it because we will get demonetized, which means we won't have President Trump rallies to bring you. So I understand that upsets people, but just understand we will not be able to do that for copyright reasons. Now, moving along, I want to give shout outs to everybody that super chatted during this event tonight, this historic event, at least for RSBN, historic in that we crushed our previous record of 133,000 consecutive viewers. We hit 155,000 people watched tonight, and we were looking at all of the other mainstream media, dinosaur media platforms that bring you President Trump's speeches. Fox News was at 80,000. At one point, NBC was at 500. Yes, 500 people. We run circles around them. Independent media is making a difference. We are growing. We are going to win this fight. 14 days to re-elect this president. We can't do it without your help supporting independent media. RSBN, almost entirely viewer funded. Go to rsbnetwork.com/donate. Again, rsbnetwork.com/donate. That is how we're able to get 2 cameramen showing you the crowd and the podium simultaneously. That's how we're able to get multiple correspondents, hire new correspondents, hire new cameramen, bring in guest correspondents like Scott Pressler, who will be bringing in shortly. We do it because of you guys. If you're tired of the media establishment that has lied on this president, nailed him to the cross, tried to destroy his life, trying to destroy your life by promoting communism and globalist puppet candidates like Joe Biden, then you need to stop supporting those dinosaur legacy media outlets and support Right Side Broadcasting. So again, go to rsbnetwork.com/donate, or you can mail a check directly to us, 1550 Opelika Road, Suite 6, Box 344, Auburn, Alabama 36830. You can also donate via Super Chat, the bottom right-hand corner of this stream. Now, let me give some shout-outs. Matt W. said, Biden crime family. I tell you what, news just broke that Rudy Giuliani handed over Hunter's laptop to the FBI. So we'll see. We'll wait and see. I'm not getting my hopes up. Still waiting on Hillary to get locked up. Hung Tran, thank you for your super chat. Jennifer, thank you for your super chat. Carl Peterson said, thank you, RSBN Patriots. Stand united with President Trump. Vote, vote, vote. The best is yet to come. We are going to reelect this man. He is the greatest president in the history of the United States of America. You bet your bottom dollar we're going to do that with your help. We're going to do it as a team. Louis said, keep up the great work. Let's get Trump reelected. Beth, thank you for your super chat. I can't pronounce his name, but thank you, RSBN, for all you do. Thank you, President Trump, for saving America again and again. Herman McBride, God bless you. Thank you, Herman McBride, for that super chat. New member, Don Hall. Thank you for becoming a new member. God bless everyone that's tuning in. Please give it a thumbs up. Subscribe to Right Side Broadcasting. Hit the bell notification so you will not miss an event. You will not miss President Trump's next rally, which is 24 hours from now in Gastonia, North Carolina. And then on Thursday, Lord willing, there will be a debate with Sleepy Joe Biden. They're planning to mute President Trump's mic. They're planning to shift away from topics that will damage their puppet candidate, the child-sniffing, corrupt, creepy, racist Joe Biden. The dinosaur media is running a PR campaign for that man. Big tech is silencing voices that criticize that man. Let's show this crowd here if we can. I don't know if we can show the crowd yet, but they're looking at us. They're happy. They're fired up. When President Trump said, hey, the media back there, the corrupt media, I held my hands up and they all looked back. When they were getting ready to shout at the media and boo us, they don't even boo anymore. At least not now, not at this one. They didn't boo because they knew that we were up here, which means we are making a difference. We're going to restore some integrity to the media. We're going to restore some trust. We're going to restore some truth to the media. For years and years and years, they've lied us into wars. They've lied to the point where people are dying. They've radicalized Joe Biden's voters to destroy cities. Don Lemon said, white men are the biggest threat to the country. Who says that? We're supposed to be trying to unite, not divide. The media has a responsibility to tell the truth. As these people are waving, someone's holding up a Trump bear. Oh, I love it. I love to see it. This is my favorite part of the night, is waving goodbye to all these patriots out here. You love to see it. These American patriots, they love it. They're up here shouting us out. We're going to reelect this president. We're going to reelect this president. Can we get the bear? I don't know if we can zoom in on the bear, but hold the bear up. Hold it up. You got a Trump bear. I think I've seen that Trump bear somewhere else too. I've seen it at another rally. I'm not sure which one I saw it at. People just love us up here. They love what we're doing up here. We are making a difference, ladies and gentlemen. We are building momentum. We are going to re-elect Donald J. Trump in 14 days. That's how it's going to go. That's how it's going to work. He's going to win the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. He's going to win the Sunshine State, a.k.a. the Gunshine State, my home state of Florida. He's going to win Wisconsin. He's going to win Michigan. He's going to win Minnesota. Good Lord, I hope he wins Minnesota, because there's going to be a lot of reeing and screeching and screaming at the sky. Good Lord, Minnesota needs to go in another direction. You got Ilhan Omar. You got that weak mayor in Minneapolis. I hope that state goes red. They need to go red. It's time to change. With any luck, California will turn red. It needs to return to the Republican Party. It used to be a strong red state before Democrats drilled it into the dirt. Nobody can afford to live there. We're tired of living under Democrat control. We need to end this reign of terror. I said it and I meant it. Abolish the Democrat Party. If we're going to have an opposition party, it needs to be something other than the Democrat Party. We need to restore balance. We need to restore the patriotic doctrine in our educational institutions. We need to educate children on why they need to protect this country and why we need to defend freedom and liberty and prosperity to the death. Yes, to the death. We have to do this. Ladies and gentlemen, it is so incredibly important. So let's bring Scott back in here, and we're going to wrap this thing up. Scott, what are your thoughts about President Trump's speech? I'm going to let you take over, tell Pennsylvanians what they need to do, give them the rundown, and then let's wrap.
I love that screen. I love that he brought this big, beautiful screen on both sides to talk about that Joe Biden and Senator Harris, they will ban fracking in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania if they are elected. They will kill your jobs. They will kill the union workers' jobs. They will raise your energy prices. And I just thought it was brilliant to force the media to have to report on Joe Biden's own words. And I think tonight we heard a winner. We heard somebody who's confident, who is on his game, who is stronger than ever. And I think he's seeing those rising polls numbers. He's seeing those mail-in ballots. He's seeing those early voting returns. So let's continue to give President Trump the energy and fire that he needs for these next 2 weeks. Go vote. Vote early. Vote in person. Drop off your mail-in ballot. Take your mom and dad. Go with grandma. Take your dog. You can't register them to vote, but you can take them with you. So I think we're going to continue to see President Trump do rally after rally. I mean, I think he will probably, by the end of the election, have done more to campaign than virtually any other president in American history.
Yes, indeed. And with him doing all these rallies, it is so important that you send Right Side Broadcasting to these events. If you want this coverage, if you want to see this crowd, if you want to see special guest correspondents, you got to support us. It's that simple. You can either support Fox News, that won't even let Newt Gingrich tell the truth about George Soros funding all this radicalism, destabilizing our country, or you can support us. Don't support Dinosaur Media, support us. I know people from Fox News watch us. I'm sorry, y'all got to do something. Change it up. If you don't want us dragging you, stop promoting left-wing ideology over there. Stop promoting the destruction of the United States of America. We're not doing it anymore. Support RSBN. Go to rsbnetwork.com/donate. Go to our website. Please support us. You can donate via Super Chat, or you can mail a check directly to our physical address. Again, I'll tell you, 1550 Opelika Road, Suite 6, Box 344, Auburn, Alabama, 36830. I had to memorize it. I've been repeating it over and over for like weeks. I'm like, when am I going to memorize it? And I finally got it. I finally got it today. But support this independent media. Support this movement. Support this patriotic resurgence in the United States of America. As they're trying to tell us that our own symbols, the American flag, is racist. They're trying to tell us everything's racist, so we need to burn it all down. The left is not playing. They want to bring down this developed nation and replace it with the red hammer and sickle flag. I'm telling you, that's what they want to do. Like, is AOC not a communist? That's what's going to happen if Joe Biden gets elected, is AOC will be the puppet master. They will be puppeteering his moves. The man is a puppet. And they want to abolish the Electoral College, get rid of the filibuster, pack the Supreme Court, statehood for Puerto Rico and Washington, D.C., and open borders. That is a recipe for single-party rule. Not to mention they'll shut down independent media like ours. That's why there's so much more on the ballot than just Democrat or Republican. It's, do you want freedom or do you want tyranny? Do you want tyranny like the people in Pennsylvania are dealing with their governor, or with Michigan? Michigan up there, they're running a little dictatorship up there, Gretchen Whitmer. We must reelect this president. We got 14 days to do it. So with that said, we're going to wrap tonight. We'll see you tomorrow on Right Side Broadcasting from Gastonia, North Carolina. God bless you. God bless President Trump. God bless the United States of America.